from Rosecroft, Raceway in Fort Washington, Maryland, we have the King's Promotions card featuring a number of talented prospects going at it in great competition. Good evening, everybody. I'm Gary Digital Williams alongside Juan Marshall. We welcome you to our broadcast here from the Rosecroft Raceway in Fort Washington, Maryland. And we are doing a couple of things here tonight. We're not only doing our broadcast live over just Boxing on Beltway Google app for Android, as well as on Spreaker.com and iHeartRadio.com, but we're also going to be the voices for the King's Promotions telecast tonight that you can see live. And as soon as we get the website for that, we can tell you what the website, you can see it as well. So they can write down the website for us and tell us where you are. Website for King's Boxing, is it kingsboxing.com?
KP Boxing.
KPBoxing.com. KPBoxing.com. And they'll be broadcasting, streaming this live and using no, not live. I'm sorry. Won't be live. I apologize. They'll be streaming it for future broadcasts down the road there. So we'll definitely. It'll be next Friday. Okay, you can see the broadcast next Friday. So make sure you can join us then and see what you get a chance. But you can hear it live right now. And let's talk about the card right now. And it's an interesting card tonight because you have a number of pro prospects who some people believe, Juan, may actually end up getting knocked off tonight.
Yeah, King's Promotions, he set up some good bouts, but also some competitive bouts.
Yeah.
And with saying that, like you said, there's going to be some people that possibly might not win tonight.
Mm-hmm.
But if they keep progressing and if they want to progress, they're going to have to do everything they need to do in order to win that fight. And actually be able to progress in their careers, because what King's Promotions does, they set up fights for actually up-and-coming fighters.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been doing that, up and down the East Coast, mainly in Philadelphia and other parts of Pennsylvania.
Because they've been here before, and because their last show was August 19th at the Crystal City Hilton in Crystal City, Virginia, and that was a very interesting card indeed. Now let's talk about our main event tonight. Main event's a battle of all Beltway boxers, and I think it's going to be an interesting bout because of the size involved. And it's always an interesting bout with Michael the Professor Fox in there because of his size, because of his height. Michael Fox out of Forestville, Maryland, undefeated 11-0, 3 KOs, taking on Juan the Savior Rodriguez out of Haymarket, Virginia. He is 6-5-1, all five of his 6 wins by KO. And again, Rodriguez, very small as opposed to Michael Fox. I guess most people are in this weight class. But I guess the biggest question will be, how will Juan Rodriguez get inside that long reach of Michael the Professor Fox?
And just like we've seen Mike before, he's always that fighter that stands out because of his height. He's always stood out, especially in that weight class. He might be the tallest fighter in that weight class, I guess across the United States and across the world. And with this fight right here, I think he's going to go in and do exactly what he's been doing in the past. Being a technical fighter that he is, very technical fighter. And tonight, I think we're going to see some more of it, and that's what he does. He goes in and maintains what he's been doing throughout his career.
Michael Fox coming off a third-round TKO over Sumner Martin on that Crystal City card back on August 19th. And of course, Sumner Martin went on to get a win over Andrew Farmer just a couple weeks ago, actually. A situation that is being kind of challenged right now by the Farmer camp because Martin, they claim Martin hit Farmer after Farmer tweaked his ankle, and Farmer fell to a knee, and that's when the Farmer camp says that Martin hit him.
When a fighter loses a fight, and if it's a questionable loss, of course, there's always going to be campaigned against. And when it comes to that, most of the time things don't get overturned, especially when they go to and actually watch the fight or whatever they have, but they don't have really good footage to actually see what went on. So I'm pretty sure they're not going to get anything out of it.
Now, I've been promised footage of this, so we'll see what happens with that. Meanwhile, Juan Rodriguez has set out of Haymarket, Virginia, 6-5-1, 5 KOs, but he has lost 3 straight, 2 by unanimous decision. One of them was to Yuri Polishchuk on October 23rd of 2015 at the Mayflower Renaissance Hotel. That's that Alarm.com show that is a private show for the employees of Alarm.com. He's fought some quality people His last win was against Nathaniel Rivas, who was undefeated at that time. That was back in December of 2014 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He's coming off a 6-round unanimous decision loss to Anthony Young on April 29th at the Trump Taj Mahal, the now former Trump Taj Mahal, in Atlantic City, New Jersey. So that's our main event. Juan Xavier Rodriguez taking on Michael the Professor Fox, an all-beltway bout there. Co-features should also be very interesting as Luther Lights Out Smith takes on Mike Marshall out of Bronx, New York. Luther Smith out of Bowie, Maryland, 5-1, 4 KOs. Mike Marshall undefeated 3-0 with 3 KOs. However, Luther Smith makes his debut at cruiserweight tonight for this card.
And we watched him in his first fight, his pro debut fight, and I opened up and I said that he should be a cruiserweight, and I think that's what he continues to do. And in the heavyweight division, he noticed that when he got in the ring with Mike Balogun, that he was just overmatching him with size and that, and he knew his limits, and his limits were not at the heavyweight, so he made the decision to drop down.
Yeah, that was Smith's last fight, the second round TKO loss to Mike Balogun on that Crystal City card on August 19th. And I think he did make that change. Mike Marshall is 3-0. All three was win by knockout, but all three was win coming against opponents nowhere near the caliber at this young part in his career as Luther Smith. He's fought a guy who was 2-4, fought a guy 0-1, fought a guy 2-7. So we don't really know how good an opponent Mike Marshall will be tonight.
Yeah, and we got an opponent that's 3-0, 3 knockouts, determined to keep their record unblemished, at 3-0. So we don't know what kind of fight he's going to bring tonight with Luther Smith. And Luther Smith has something to gain by moving down to cruiserweight, because right now he said he couldn't pretty much handle the heavyweight division once he got to the stronger fighters. So now he's going to be more aggressive in the cruiserweight to show that this is the weight that he needs to be in.
Right. So Luther Smith taking on Mike Marshall, bout scheduled for 6 rounds. By the way, the Fox Rodriguez fight is scheduled for 8 rounds, and Smith and Marshall scheduled for 6 rounds in the cruiserweight division. Also the 6-rounders, and this is a interesting situation because Jordan White, short dog out of Washington, D.C., will only be fighting for the 4th time in his pro career, but has already gone up to the 6-rounders. He'll do that tonight when he takes on Jose Elizondo of San Antonio, Texas. White is coming off a 2nd-round TKO over Sergio Aguilar on that Crystal City Hilton card back on August 19th. And Jose Elizondo coming off a 4th-round unanimous decision win over Keithland Franklin. That was at the Doubletree in Lafayette, Louisiana. Again, short dog White being tested early, if nothing else, because of the rounds he's facing tonight.
And I had a chance to interview him earlier a couple of weeks ago, leading up to tonight's card. And what he told me was the fact that the previous fights were 3 rounds, 3 first-round knockouts. And this time him and his dad plan on putting some rounds in this time. They're going to pace themselves a little better to get the rounds that he needs to get in to actually show what he actually doesn't have and what they have to work on. So this time he said he's going to stretch it out a little bit, but with saying that, he's also going to have to do what he needs to do. And he said if the knockout presents himself, he's going to take it.
Okay, so Jordan White in the 6th-rounder against Jose Elizondo of San Antonio, Texas. White out of Washington, D.C. We have a promising super lightweight out of Austin, Texas. His name is Kent Cruz, and he's 11-0 with 6 KOs. He'll be taking on undefeated Darius I Am King Irvin out of Los Angeles, California. He is originally, however, from Charlotte, North Carolina, but he has fought all his bouts thus far in the Los Angeles area. And Cruz, he said, 11-0, 6 KOs, coming off an 8-round unanimous decision over Ricky Edwards in San Antonio, Texas, back on September 3rd. A lot of people are very high, including Marshall Kaufman, because he is a King's Promotion fighter. A lot of people are very high on Ken Cruz.
Yeah, when you have a promoter, when you stand and have a promoter behind you, that shows that he believes in you and he sees something, and that's promising inside in you. So when you have fighters like that, he's going to bring everything, especially when you're fighting in front of your promoter. He's going to bring everything that he has to offer and prove to his promoter that his investment is well investment. It's actually worth having.
Darius Irvin, meanwhile, just at 3-0, no knockouts on his career thus far. He's coming off a 4-round majority decision win over Diego Padilla. That was on August 8th of 2015. So he's not fought since August of 2015, and that could be a situation that could be very interesting for Darius Irvin coming out of this bout. He's a guy who's been very active over the past year. And that bout is scheduled for 6 rounds as well, so Irving moves up to 6 rounds after taking a year off also. In a 4-round bout, we have the debut of Greg the Money Man Outlaw Jr. He's out of Bowie, Maryland. In a 4-round against Lamont White out of Waldorf, Maryland. This is in the junior welterweight division. And again, for Greg Outlaw, at least the way you and I have seen him over the years, it's interesting because when we first saw him when he was a younger man, he was fighting at 106 and making the regional Olympic regional Golden Gloves at that weight class.
And one thing about that, I guess with age comes size. Now we get a chance to see him making his pro debut at pretty much at the 140. I guess they're going to fight him at 140. He's weighed in at 139 and a half or something like that, or 139 and a quarter. But now we get to see what he's been waiting for. Pro debut fight in front of his hometown. And probably an opportunity to get seen, or actually it is an opportunity to get seen by a promoter that possibly, might be interested in it.
Wouldn't be the first time it happened. We'll go down the rest of the card in just a moment, but looks like we're getting ready to start here from Rosecroft Raceway. Here's ringing out to Discombobulating Jones.
We need a little bit more enthusiasm. I like that. Our ring warriors will perform their very best when they feed off your energy, so we need you to bring it from the start. Clap your hands where you stand, stomp your feet at your seat, use your voice and choice, but please bring something to the fight party tonight. Is that okay? Let's try it again. Rosecroft boxing fans, are you ready to do this? Yeah, they're going to feel that. Excellent. Thank you. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boxing fans in attendance, and our viewers joining us on kpboxing.com. Where you can order tonight's card for just $4.99 and 7 days. We welcome you here to Rosecroft Raceway here in Fort Washington, Maryland, home of simulated horse racing. But tonight, the ring action is very real. For a November to remember, brought to you by promoters Marshall Kaufman in association with Ross Malavinsky, Keystone Boxing, Matchmaker, Desmond Hammond, sanctioned by the Maryland State Athletic Commission, Executive Director, Patrick Pinella, Chairman Arnie Danziger. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this fight party started quickly. Warriors to the ring, please. To the blue corner, Hakeem Atkinson.
Circle who wins, they write like how they want to see it, or you know what I mean? Let's say
10. We welcome you, those of you who are watching us tonight on our video stream as well. I'd remind those who are watching us on a video stream that we also recording this live on as a audio broadcast on Boxing Along the Beltway and the Google app for Android, as well as on Spreaker.com and iHeartRadio.com for our iOS listeners. So the description that you'll hear will be a little bit more detailed for our radio audience. Just want you aware of that. I'm Gary Digital Williams, alongside Juan Marshall. So our first bout getting ready to start in the ring. Ring announcer Discombobulating Jones just announced the entrance of Patrick Rivera out of Edgewood, Maryland, taking on Hakeem Atkinson out of Atlanta, Georgia. Patrick Rivera working with Ernesto Rodriguez and the Hillcrest Boxing Gym. And they'll see another one of those boxers out there a little bit later on. That's Justin Slick Hurd, the younger brother of Swift Jared Hurd. Patrick Rivera making his pro debut back on August 19th, winning a 4th round TKO over Dustin Kaplinger.
They're not going to hear you on the broadcast until they're both in the ring.
Let's get this fight party started quickly. Our first round of this historic evening and scheduled for 4 rounds or less in the super middleweight division. When the bell rings, the man controlling the mayhem in the middle, referee Brent Bovell. Introducing the principals. First, fighting out of the blue corner, he's wearing the red and white trunks. He weighed in at a long and strong 165.6 pounds. In 7 bouts, he has 1 KO, and he comes to us from Atlanta, Georgia. Please welcome Hakeem, the Green Atkinson. And his opponent fighting out the red corner. He's wearing green and gold trunks. He weighed in at a lean and mean 163.8 pounds. 1-0 in his young career. That victory coming by way of knockout. Hailing from Edgewood, Maryland. Here is Patrick.
At all times, obey my commands at all times, keep the fight clean.
Referee Brent Bovell giving the instructions. Quick look for our radio listeners. We are in the neutral corner. The red corner is off to our right. The blue corner is in front of us on the right-hand side. And we have an opposite corner on the left-hand side. Gary Digital Williams onside Warren Marshall. Round 1, we are scheduled for 4. In an opening contest here from Rosecroft Raceway in Fort Washington, Maryland. Right hand landing by Rivera. Action trying to throw right hand in kind over the top. The right hand by Action that time. That caught Rivera. Now referee Brent Bovell separated. Once again, for those of us watching on the stream tonight, we have also a radio broadcast we're doing, so the description will be a little bit more detailed for the radio broadcast. Right hand missing by Atkinson. There's a right hand over the top by Rivera. Action now moving to his right. Rivera with a big right hand. The right hand's in the corner. He catches Atkinson coming with a right hand, and Action has to stumble and hang on. First minute, round 1, we're scheduled for 4. Action trying to establish his left jab. Left hand by Rivera. Tries to get with the right hand. Action covering up. Right hand landing by Rivera to the body. We approach the halfway point of round 1, scheduled for 4. Action trying to throw a left hand. That's a good left hand by Action to the body. Right hand over the top by Rivera, just missing. Action now moving off to his right. Right hand over the top by Rivera. Now Action moving to his left. Once again, for those listening on radio, Action in the red trunks with the white trim. Rivera in the green trunks with the gold and white trim. Right hand to the body by Rivera. Inside the final minute of the first round, we're scheduled for 4. Both men trying to throw right hands. Right hand to the body by Rivera. Bovell, referee, asks Rivera to keep his punches up. Hit right on the belt line. Heading to the final seconds of round 1, we're scheduled for 4. Good combination there by Rivera. The Action comes out of it pretty strongly. Left hand missing by Atkinson. There's a left hand jab by Rivera. Rivera trying to cut Atkinson off a little bit. Having very little success at this point. There's a right hand by Rivera. Right hand has Atkinson sitting down on the ropes, but he doesn't go down as the final seconds tick away in round 1. We are scheduled for our first bout here tonight from Rosecroft Raceway in Fort Washington, Maryland. And Juan, a good performance so far for Patrick Rivera, but he needs to come off a little bit better.
Yeah, he started a little slow, but I noticed Atkinson was able to land some right hands. But the thing is, he didn't use the jab to actually get inside. When he used the right hand, he was leaning in. That's what Rivera was able to counterpunch with and use his left. And that's what basically is winning the fight for Rivera right now. Even though he's starting slow, he's able to set up punches using that jab, and that's what Atkinson needed. The fight would be a little closer if he was able to do that.
Atkinson's at 2-5 with 1 knockout to his credit, coming off a 4-round unanimous decision loss. He's trying to break a 4-bout losing streak. And he's coming off a 4-round unanimous decision loss to Roy Behringer. That was on September 3rd in Erie, Pennsylvania. But actually every bout except for his first bout, his pro debut, has been against an undefeated fighter. And although Rivera is just 1-0, that's still an interesting record there. Here we go, round 2, we are scheduled for 4. Atkinson starting to get his left jab early, and then Rivera hits a right hand to the body. Atkinson a wild right hand and comes with a left hand to the body. That's a little bit more successful. Catches the right hand by Atkinson, catches Rivera with that right hand. Referee Brent Bovell has separated.
And that's what I was talking about. He came out using the jab, like you said, and falling with the right hand. If he continues to do that, it might make a better fight for himself.
The right hand missing, left hand missing as well by Atkinson. Left hand around the corner by Rivera. Rivera trying to cut off Atkinson. There's a good uppercut that just barely misses. Left hand follows by Rivera. Has Rivera out of Edgewood, Maryland. Won his pro debut back on August 19th, 4th round TKO over Dustin Caplinger. There is Rivera trying to throw a left hand, misses just barely. First minute, round 2, we're scheduled for 4. Right hand by Rivera, right hand to the body by Rivera. Right hand over the top by Rivera, that just misses. And Atkinson comes out and tries to tie up. Brent Bovell lets him fight their way out of there. And finally he stops him. Breaks him up. Gave him the opportunity, but they wouldn't take advantage of that. Rivera with the right hand missing. Halfway through round 2, scheduled for 4. There's a right hand over the top by Rivera.
Rivera's starting to work his way into a little rhythm right now. He has to bounce in his step right now. He's getting a little more comfortable. He's avoiding punches. He's starting to do a little counters. Even though they're not landing all the time, he still set things up doing that.
Right hand over the top by Rivera. Rivera trying to stab that left jab. Atkinson trying to come across and just misses with the right hand coming forward. We head toward the final minute of the second round, scheduled for 4. With the right hand by Rivera. And missing, and Atkinson come back with a left hand of his own. Gets a little wild in those corners there, and he gets and Rivera gets caught coming out by Atkinson trying to lunge his way out of there.
He needs to always stay defensive minded, even if he has his opponent backed up into the corner, because he leaves himself wide open, just like that right hand right there just got in.
Combination landing for Rivera. Right hand over the top by Rivera. Final seconds, round 2, scheduled for 4. Atkinson looked like he was better in control in that second round. He wasn't in control of the round per se.
He came out a little better this round than he did the first round. That's why I think it looks a little better. But Rivera still had control of it, I think. But what Atkinson needs to do is start putting more punches together. Because right now he's swinging wildly, and if he starts setting up some feint jabs and then come with the right hand, maybe get a chance to connect. But Rivera's he's more poised and more patient right now, and he's developing that because of the reason that he sees that he can control Atkinson because of what Atkinson is doing. And that's how you can win rounds like that.
Don't forget, still to come our main event, Michael the Professor Fox of Forestville, Maryland, 11-0, 3 KOs, taking on Haymarket, Virginia's Juan the Savior Rodriguez. That bout is scheduled for 8 rounds. That's our main event here tonight in the King's Motions card from Rosecroft Raceway in Fort Washington, Maryland. Glad you're with us, whether by video stream or live on the Boxing Law on the Beltway Google app for Android, and for our iOS listeners on Spreaker.com and iHeartRadio.com. The Boxing Law on the Beltway page is there.
Brief delay, had some trunk issues.
So referee Brent Bovell called halt the action real quickly. Everything seems to be fixed. They go to neutral corners, and round 3 is now underway. Tap gloves for whatever reason I don't know, and we move on. There's right hand missing by Rivera. There's right hand by Atkinson, who catches Rivera coming in.
He needs to stay defensive minded when he's throwing those punches like that. He wants to get aggressive because it's the 3rd round now, but he also has to maintain some poise and stay smart while doing it.
Rivera misses with a looping left hand. They tangle once again. Referee Brent Bovell was about to let him go, but he didn't break him up. Rivera with a good left hand, left jab. Atkinson missing with both hands. They tangle once again.
I think Rivera is more aware of the right hand that Atkinson is throwing.
Rivera just landed the right hand that stumbled, makes Atkinson stumble a little bit. But Rivera's the one doing the hanging on, which I don't understand that. As Atkinson came in, it was Rivera that was hanging on, even though he caught Rivera with the right, caught Atkinson with the right hand.
Exactly. It's a learning process in the 4-rounders. You know, when you see your opponent hurt, you have to take advantage of that right now, and that's what Rivera isn't doing.
Heading to the halfway point of round 3, scheduled for 4. Rivera missing with a looping right hand over the top. They tangle once again. Brent Bovell lets him go, and this time they separate on their own. Rivera moving to his left, over the neutral corner over our real-time pain relief location. And the right hand missing, a good right hand over the top by Patrick Rivera. Left hand down to the belly by Hakeem Atkinson. Is a right hand over the top by Rivera. Rivera chasing Atkinson once again. Atkinson has his back to his own corner. Now moves to his left. Right over top of us here at our ringside location.
And from a distance, I'm not sure why Rivera is not using his jab, because he established the distance from him already, but he's not moving, taking a half step forward to actually be able to use his jab. And that's why he's losing opportunities. Like right now, he's not throwing the punch. He's not letting it go.
Right hand to the body. We head to the final minute of the third round. We're scheduled for 4. Action now on the outside, moving back and forth. Now moving back to his right. Now he's got his back to Rivera's corner off to our left. Rivera trying to pot shot a little bit. Just can't get the accuracy down right now. We're heading to the final seconds of the third round. There's a right hand missing by Rivera. And if nothing else, bell rings, ready to ring for this third round. If nothing else, this will be a learning experience for Patrick Rivera going forward.
Yeah, and you know, going into his second fight right now, you know, he's seeing a lot different one from his first fight, you know. And it's fights like this guys need to have, you know, in order for them to move forward in their careers. And right now he's not taking advantage of, especially with a coach like Ernesto Rodriguez. You know, he teaches him everything. He has Jared Hurd, so right now he's not working with and doing what, like right now we're watching him, you know, move how he wants to. He's telling him to use the jab and then come with the right hand. He's telling him to double it up a little bit, you know, and that's what he needs. Sometimes you have to double that jab up, even feint the jab, in order to move in and take that step forward and then land the right hand. Because he's going to have to counter with that right hand that Atkinson is throwing, because Atkinson is not using his jab. He's looping that right hand around from the start. And Rivera needs to be able to avoid that and come with his own.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for both fighters. Please, this is the fourth and final round.
Here we go, final round of this bout. Atkinson starting off with the left jab, trying to looping right hand over the top, hits Rivera near the back of the head. Doesn't do any damage though.
Atkinson's going to be very aggressive in this round because he knows it's the last round, and he knows Rivera is not doing what he's supposed to do. He can feel, Atkinson can actually feel that. That's why he's being more aggressive right now. Just landing the right hand over the top.
Rivera, Atkinson landing the right hand, and Rivera, again, his biggest thing right now has been accuracy. His left hand by Atkinson, once again to the chin.
Right now, he's taking ownership of this round.
Rivera now laying a good left hand to the body, and again, that makes Atkinson stumble forward and hang on. And referee Brent Bovell warns him about it. First minute of the final round. Left hand by Rivera. Right hand over the top by Rivera. Good combination there by Rivera as well. He's complaining now about the head shots in the back of the head, and referee Brent Bovell warns Hakeem Atkinson out of Atlanta, Georgia for that.
Sportsmanship, you know, dabbing the gloves up a little bit before they go try to aggressively knock each other out.
Now Rivera back to establishing his left jab. We're past the halfway point of the final round. There's a right hand by Rivera. Atkinson trying the left hand to the body of his own. Now Atkinson now moving around to his right.
Very interesting to score if Atkinson steps it up in this round and continues to land shots. He's making Rivera miss.
But again, the question there is, will he get credit for his defense?
Exactly.
Left hand just missing there by Atkinson. Inside the final minute of the final round.
Rivera, he's throwing the left hand out there, but he has to come behind with the right hand to follow up with it. And that's what he's not doing.
Rivera throws the right hand to the body. Now he's trying to double up on his jab, his left jab. Atkinson missing the right hand. Rivera tries the left hand to the body, that misses. Left hand by Rivera. Combinations make Atkinson miss once again and make him hang on once again. Final seconds, final round.
Close this round out. We're going to see how they close it out.
Atkinson tries for left hand. They close right over our Freaky.com location. And the bout ends with good sportsmanship.
And my edge goes to slightly to Rivera. He didn't really dominate the entire fight, but he did enough to actually win the judges over because of the style and because he showed both defense and offense. And Atkinson didn't show any defense, and he didn't show the time that he did land punches. It wasn't consistent, and that's what they have to show especially with bouts like this, when neither fighter really dominated. It's a point in time they have to show who did the most, at least to win over the round at one time. So that's what we're going to come to. We're going to see how these scores are.
Go to the judges: Paul Wallace, Kenny Chevalier, and John Gradowski. For the radio listeners, once again, we're brought to you by Real Time Pain Relief. Rub it on, the pain is gone in real time. Don't forget, you can go to www.freepainoffer.com. With you get a free $10 tube of Real Time Pain Relief if you buy $10 worth of Real Time Pain Relief, $10 or more, over www.freepainoffer.com. Real Time Pain Relief, rub it on, the pain is gone in real time. To wait the decision, once again, folks, we are also doing a video stream of this contest, as you can watch next Friday over the King's Promotions website. So for $4.99, you can watch the web stream of this contest, of this card, I should say. So we're still waiting the decision here, the judges. It does kind of make you wonder sometimes when it takes a little bit of time.
Yeah, it takes a little time, so.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go.
And I'm not sure we're looking for Henry Discombobulating Jones.
Judges John Gradowski, Kenny Chevalier, and Paul Wallace all scored the same. And your winner by unanimous decision, Patrick
Well, Rivera won by unanimous decision. We just didn't get the scores for whatever reason. So we get a chance to get the scores of that, but Patrick Rivera did win by unanimous decision, so he's making now 2-0, 1 KO. And Hakeem Atkinson falls to 2-6 with 1 KO. So a win for Patrick Rivera, and a win that he can definitely learn from.
Yeah, definitely he can take it back to the gym, learns that he needs to establish early on in the round, especially in the 4-round bouts. 4-round bouts, you got to establish yourself early, to win the judges over, and then you have to progressively go forward more and more to wear your opponent down if you want to win successfully in these kind of rounds.
Hopefully we'll get the scores from that first bout. At some point during the evening, we'll get it back to you at some point.
About every 2 rounds, we can tell the tape. The next one, I got to tell the tape right.
Okay. All right, our next contest is scheduled to be a 4-rounder between Marcus Bates out of Washington, D.C., the dream catcher, taking on Francisco Cisco Merle of Tucson, Arizona. And Juan, you had to wait for that situation. So get those weights out there. Well, according to our site, we have them right here, 121.5 for Marcus Bates. Both men coming in at 121.5. Marcus Bates, we said, 4-0-1. All 4 of his wins by KO. And Francisco Moro, 3-4, 1 KO out of Tucson, Arizona. This bout actually scheduled for 6 rounds, according to the 6 rounds on the bout sheet, but the official bout sheet says 4 rounds. So we'll see how that is. Maybe it's some confusion to go forward, because the bout sheet says 6 rounds. However, the official bout sheet says 4 rounds. So unless they change that, we'll see. Maybe they may have changed it and gotten it mixed up, because they had the Rivera bout scheduled for 6 rounds on his bout sheet. So we'll hear from Discombobulating Jones what the situation is.
And also, one thing with the fans to expect from Marcus Bates, aggressive fighter, is you're going to see a totally different fight than we saw in the first round. He brings things to a fighter. He's an aggressive fighter, and he's very talented, and he's strong. He's a strong fighter too. So people should look forward to seeing Marcus Bates fight, and also another case promotion for boxing.
Once again, both boxers coming in at 121.5 pounds. Marcus Bates, 4-0-1, 4 KOs out of Washington, D.C. Francisco Merle, 3-4 with 1 KO. Francisco Merle coming off a 4-round unanimous decision win over Antonio Santa Cruz. That took place on September 13th in Nice, California. Francisco Merle in the ring. Weighing his opponent, the dream catcher, Marcus Bates.
To the red corner, Marcus Bates.
Marcus Bates, no stranger to Rosecroft Raceway. This will be his 4th bout here in this facility, and one of them, the bout he had in January of 2014, was the best bout in 2014 that year when he took on Stefan McIntyre and fought him to a 4-round draw.
McIntyre is one of those fighters that been welcomed to the Beltway region to fight a lot of Beltway fighters because he's a tough guy.
And does not have a great record at all, but he'll give everybody he faces some work.
He's definitely not a pushover. And when he comes in to fight, he actually that's what you will see. He will pull the best out of your fighter.
Marcus Bates coming off a first-round knockout win over Daniel Hernandez on August 19th at the Crystal City Pavilion in Crystal City Hilton in Crystal City, Virginia. Let's go once again Let's go to ring announcer, the one and only Discombobulating Jones.
Second round on this historic meeting is scheduled for 6 rounds or less in the junior featherweight division. When the bell rings, the referee, internationally renowned Kenny Chevalier, introducing the principals. First, fighting out the blue corner, he's wearing the maroon and white trunks he weighed in. And he's fit, fighting and ready, 121.6 pounds. He has 7 pro bouts to his credibility. From Tucson, Arizona, please welcome Francisco, the Cisco Kid Luro. And his opponent fighting out the red corner. He's wearing a fashionably attired black and gray fur. He weighed the same as opponent, 121.6 pounds, undefeated as a pro, at 4-0 with 1 disputed draw, and being called the one to watch in the division today. Hailing from Washington, D.C., here is Marcus, the Dream Crusher Page.
Hey, wait till I get it up.
I guess we all set for a 6 round, not a 4 round.
Okay. So apparently this bout is indeed scheduled for 6 rounds, and neither man have done that before. Neither man has gone 6 rounds in his pro career. So this one should be very interesting indeed.
It does make a difference when you add rounds to a fighter's a card that a fighter's bout.
And Marcus Bates has only had 5 bouts in his pro career, and Murrow has had 7 bouts. Here we go, round 1. We're scheduled for 6. Here from Rosecroft Raceway in Fort Washington, Maryland, alongside Juan Marshall, I'm Gary Digital Williams. Thanks for joining us here at Rosecroft Raceway, rapidly filling house here in Fort Washington, Maryland.
Really get 2 early jabs in there early, even though with the head movement that Bates is throwing, he was still able to get inside.
The left hand by Bates, trying to land that jab. Now landing right hand. He's got Murrow trapped in the corner here, right in front of our location. Murrow tries to move to his left. Right hand to the body by Bates. There's another right hand. There's left hand by Bates.
And that's what Bates is dangerous. Once he gets his opponent inside the ropes, that's when he goes on the attack.
Bates with a left hand, just missing with the right hand. First minute, round 1, scheduled for 6. They tango, and referee Ken Chevalier separates them. Right hand over the top by Bates. Oh, good couple left hands by both men. And Bates comes forward. But Murrow did land a good left hand there. Right hand to the body by Murrow.
He's using his jab. He's using his jab well, because even then when he's not landing it, he's setting it up to land that right hand that he's landing.
Halfway through round 1, scheduled for 6. Left hand missing by Murrow. Right hand, oh, good body shot by Murrow. But Bates comes back with a right hand to the body of his own. Left hand missing. We're heading toward the final minute of the first round, scheduled for 6. Right hand over the top by Bates. Left hand by Bates, left jab.
Really double that jab up this time. That way he can slide in and able to right in the right hand. There it is.
Murrow just gets the right hand in. So we head toward the final minute of the first round, scheduled for 6. Marcus Bates, a signee of King's Promotions. There's a body shot by Bates with the right hand. Left hand by Murrow missing. As well inside the final minute of the first round, scheduled for 6. Left hand's missing by both men. Murrow trying to establish his jab with the left hand. A couple good piston jabs, but they're not landing the Bates right now.
Sometimes fighters use that jab that establish a distance, and then they come over top with the right hand.
Heading down the stretch in this first round, scheduled for 6. His left hand by Murrow. Left hand to the body by Bates. So good tactical first round in this contest featuring undefeated Marcus Dreamcatcher Bates taking on Francisco Moro, who's 3-4, but again looks like a tough 3-4 thus far.
Yeah, it's a tough round. Both of these, I think, it's pretty even. Both of these guys going punch for punch with each other. Some landing and some not. But even some of those missed punches, they're using those to set up other punches when they landing, like missing the jabs or even feinting the jabs, coming over top. Both fighters were successful going to the body or even coming to the top or to the head with missing those jabs that they've been doing. And also talking about Bates, his first fight back, which was in Crystal City after a long layoff he had because of an injury he had to his hand. I think he broke his arm or something like that. So he looks like he's built up a lot of confidence, and he has a lot of confidence in that the way his arm healed up, because he's not wasting any time throwing any hard shots.
Check out the website futurethegame.tv to check out highlights from tonight's card here at Rosecroft Raceway. Round 2, we are scheduled for 6. Undefeated Marcus Dreamcatcher Bates, 4-0-1, 4 KOs. Murrow says he catch with a low blow. Oh, good left hand by Bates. Murrow trying to double up his left jab once again. There's another good left hand by Bates.
Bates a little more aggressive. Bates a little more aggressive coming into this time. Even though Murrow, he's doubling up the jab, trying to get inside, but Bates is countering everything that Murrow's throwing to him.
And Ken Chevalier saying that Bates is hitting him on the outside with the slap of the hand. So he's warned him twice about that in this contest thus far. Both men exchanging jabs. Another exchange of jabs. Good right hand by Murrow over the top.
There's a lot of even exchanges going on in this bout right here. Now we got to see how these guys finish each round.
Right hand over the top by Murrow. Left jab by Murrow. Bates trying to exchange his left jab, but right now Murrow's the more accurate boxer in this second round.
Yeah, both guys are throwing a lot of punches, but like you said, Murrow's the more accurate one. He's landing his jab more efficiently. And even after coming off the jab, he's countering with another body shot.
There's a right jab by Bates. Murrow trying to throw a couple of good left jabs, missing with those though. There's a good right hand by Bates though. Right cross by Bates. But Murrow coming back. He is tough right now. Both men exchanging body shots, uppercuts to the body, and both men landing those shots. So we're heading to the final minute of the second round. We're scheduled for 6. Right hand missing by Bates. There's a left jab by Bates. Left hand by Murrow. Right. Oh, good combination by Bates. By Murrow that lands with the left hand to the chin of Marcus Bates. The right hand to the body by Bates. That sounded off, but Murrow comes back with left hand to the face of Bates. Right hand to the body by Bates. Left hand to the body by Bates. Really nice stinging left jab. Left hand to the body. Left hook. So we head to the final minute of the second round. Great bout here so far. We head toward the end of the second round. Oh, right hand to the body by Bates.
Now this is to the point of who's finished this round. Who's finished the strong?
Right. Oh, good uppercut. Combination by Bates. That started with the right uppercut. Left uppercut landing by Bates. Final seconds of the second round. Bates finishes this round very strongly. And he might just win it because of that round. Good right hand by Bates once again. Couple good right hands. And the bell will save Francisco Murrow, but it took a while. But Marcus Bates found the range on Francisco Murrow.
And that's what I was saying earlier, starting off the round, Murrow was starting off the round strong. And like I said, it all depends who ends the round strong, and that's what it did. Marcus won this round by finishing strong.
Still to come, we have our cruiserweights in action as Luther Lights Out Smith out of Bowie, Maryland takes on Mike Marshall of the Bronx, New York. Luther Smith 5-1, 4 KOs, taking on Mike Marshall 3-0, all 3 of his wins by KO. Coming up a little bit later on tonight, here from the King's Promotions card in Fort Washington, Maryland at Rosecroft Raceway. A packed house joining us here tonight.
This bout right here is not letting the fans down. You know, you got some good boxing coming in. Pretty much even up until this last round we had.
So we'll see if Bates can maintain his advantage he received late in the second round. Both men trying to exchange jabs. Left hook by Murrow misses. Left hand by Murrow. Right hand over the top by Murrow. Good left jab by Murrow, and then left hand follows it. Left hook follows that. Bates jabs to the body with the left hand. Both men missing. Good body shots by Murrow. Both men change head shots with the right hand. For our radio listeners, Murrow a slightly taller boxer than Bates. But so far, Bates has been able to get inside and do some damage at times in this contest.
He's coming out. Murrow's still coming out like he did. They're trying to establish early.
Man landing left hands there. I think Murrow may have gotten the better of that exchange there. Both men bobbing, weaving, trying to get shots going. First minute, round 3, scheduled for 6. Left hand missing. There's a right hand missing by Marcus Bates.
Good right hand by Murrow.
And both men landing right hands.
I think this round is going to end up the same. Who's going to finish?
Bates trying to get inside. Slaps to the right hand again. I don't think Kenny Chevalier saw that one that time. It happened right in front of us. There's a right hand, a couple right hands by Bates. Murrow trying to establish the left jab. Right hand by Murrow misses. His right hand, a couple good right hands by Bates. Right hand to the body by Bates. Right hand upstairs by Bates. He'll come back with left hand of his own. There's a right hand by Murrow. Tries the uppercut. There's left hand by Murrow. Left hand to the body by Bates. Right hand to the head by Bates. And left hand by Bates as well.
Murrow's been taking some excellent body shots by Bates. Hard body shots Bates been landing, but Murrow stays in there in even exchange with him.
Heading to the final minute of the third round, scheduled for 6. There's a left hand to the body by Bates. Murrow with the right hand, and Bates had to turn away from that and just kind of glanced off the face of Marcus Bates. Final seconds, third round. Both men trying to land combinations. Left hand to the body by Murrow, but Bates catching with the left hand to the head. And they will stop at the bell and the fury once again.
Bates ended up sounding the bell with a hard body shot. Murrow staying in there, so we're going to see how much body punching he can take. You know, we're going to be going into the third round. We're going to actually come into the fourth round, and it looks like those body shots affect him a little bit, but not to the point where he's ready to stop and give up, you know. And Bates is actually like he's getting stronger each round, but Murrow looks like he's dropping down each round as the fight goes on.
Don't forget, immediately following our contest, we'll have our post-fight wrap-up show that not only recap what went on tonight, but also give you a preview of what's coming up next week on the Box on the Belly Google app for Android, as well as some big bouts for some boxers around the country over the next few weeks.
And another big opportunity for King's Promotions next week.
Definitely.
Round 4 of a scheduled 6. Round 4 of 6.
Round 4, we are scheduled for 6, alongside Juan Marshall at ringside. I'm Gary Digital Williams. Thanks for joining us here. Good left hand by Bates. And Murrow now up against the ropes. He catches Bates with the left hand. This with a looping over the top left hand. Left jab missing by Murrow. Left hand to the body. I should say left hook to the body missed by Murrow there. Left jab by Murrow. That doesn't miss. The left hand by Murrow. Left hand to the body pushes Merle back.
Yeah, that was a little shove he could get in there. It wasn't too much of a sharp punch.
Merle missed with the left hand. Left hand over the top by Bates. Miss. Ooh, both boxers missing there with shots. Left hand to the body by Marcus Bates out of Washington, D.C. 4-0-1, all 4 of his wins by KO. He steps up to the 6th rounders for the first time, as does Francisco Moro out of Tucson, Arizona. 3-4.
Yeah, he's just under 500, but he looks like a better fighter than that, you know. And based on his opponents,
right hand. Combination left hand to the left hand on the left hand side, right hand up top, and that puts Merle down. Changevalier making the count. Merle got right back up.
Now Marcus is a good finisher. He's let's see how this acts.
Both men landing shots, but Bates getting more of the damage done there. We head to the final minute of the 4th round. We're scheduled for 6. Merle seems to be steady at the moment. He tries to land left hands. Bates trying to walk Merle down. Left hand to the body by Merle. Bates trying to start. Good jab there by Merle though with left jab.
It was a double jab that landed.
Both men missing. There's right hand over the top by Merle. Oh, good left hand missing.
And this is the kind of stuff you see fighters what they're made of. You know, you see the fighter to get knocked down, you see how he responds, and also the fighter that knocked the fighter down, you see how if he can finish or not, or if he's patient.
We'll give Merle a lot of credit for staying in there, but Marcus Bates leaning on relentlessness, try to get things done in this 4th round. So now both men land in virgin territory as they go into the 5th round for the first time in their young pro careers.
You know, even with a lot of these professionals, they spar way above 4 rounds anyway. So right now, I don't know if it's going to make a difference, but you always can tell when it comes to fight time. You know, you got the adrenaline going, you're taking harder shots, smaller gloves, no headgear, and you're taking more punishment, you know, directly to the body, directly to the head. So let's see how he responds. Marcus looks like he's getting stronger each round, and Moore looks like he's dropping off a little bit.
Get ready for round 5. We're scheduled for 6. Bates with a good left jab snaps the head back of Francisco Merle. Left hand to the body by Bates. Ooh, right hand and by Merle. Left hand by Merle.
Good head movement by Marcus Bates to avoid those shots coming upstairs.
Left jab missing by Merle. He's trying to double that jab up. But again, as Juan Marshall said, the head movement's been a big key early in this 5th round. Ooh, left hand by Merle, Bates, I should say.
Bates looks like he's trying to set up something more because he's more patient. He's not throwing as many punches. So he's looking to set up something.
Merle landed one jab but missed with a bunch of others after that. First minute, round 5, scheduled for 6. Right hand over the top. Oh, good combination there by Merle. Body shot by Merle. Couple left hands by Merle, but couldn't get anything. So definitely a more tactical round here in this 5th round as Merle trying to throw overhead shots. And referee Changevalier warning Merle for hitting the back of the head. There's a left jab by Murrow. But Bates comes in with combination of his own. Right hand to the body. Murrow responds with the left hand to the body. Both men tangle. And now they break away. Left hand by Murrow. I should be by Bates, excuse me, by Bates. By Bates. Folks working with us, I think it kind of virgins are sitting ringside and you get the sweat coming off them sometimes and it doesn't feel good. Body shot by Francisco Murrow combination. I've been doing this a long time. Oh, good combination there by Bates. Left and right hand. That dropped Murrow to his knees.
That's what I said earlier. Bates was waiting to set something up, and he threw a left hand and followed with that right hand and dropped Murrow down to the canvas.
And Murrow looks a little unsteady coming out of there. Second knockdown of the fight for Marcus Bates. Left hand missing. It is the right hand by Bates. Murrow tries to land a left hand. Final seconds of the 5th round. As you said, Juan, Marcus Bates getting stronger. It looks like so far going past 4 was no problem to him.
And he's smart. He's for a young fighter. He's smart and very smart. He's fighting very smart. Like I said, he got the knockdown, took the next round off, built up, didn't come out aggressive in the 5th round to set up something, and he sent Murrow down like he did in the 2nd round. So everything's working right.
The first knockdown was in the 4th round. And then he got very technical, tactical, and finally got the knockdown again in the 5th round. With a beautiful left-right combination there.
Yeah, patience pays off in boxing, you know, and he was very patient to wait till the end of the round and get the knockdown like he wanted.
So we get ready for the 6th and final round. We see Dr. Robert Davidson in the corner of Francisco Murrow, see if he's okay to go.
This is it. Please put your hands together for both ring warriors. This is the 6th and final round.
Davidson gives him the okay. Here we go, round 6, final round of this bout. Last time Bates was in action, he scored a 1st round knockout. Prior to that, he had a 4th round knockout back in October of 2014. Bates with the left, right hand. There's another right hand. Cage value watching very closely right now. Right hand over the top by Bates. Right through the jab, I should say. Right through the guard of Francisco Murrow. Good right hand over the top by Bates.
I think he's going to set up the same combination. Left hand and the right hand over the top. I think that's going to be the finisher of this fight.
Left hand by Bates. We're in the 1st minute of the final round. Left hand to the body by Bates.
Moore's been a little too cautious now because he's fighting backwards.
There's a right hand by Bates. Tried an uppercut into the right hand over the top. Hey, that was really a right hook over around the corner there. Right hand to the body by Bates. Right hand top of the head by Bates. Heading past the halfway point of the final round.
That's what he's setting up. He's setting up that right hand over the top by throwing that left to the body.
Left hand by Murrow, right? Trying left uppercuts, trying the combinations with left and right hands. But Bates come back with a good combination of his own. There's another right hand. Oh, another solid right hand by Bates. Now moving over to the far neutral corner. Now they come up to the center of the ring.
Referee King Chevalier is looking very cautiously and intensely to watching Murrow.
Oh, good right hand by Bates. The ring held up Murrow from falling down. It's out of a knockdown. Murrow is in unsteady legs right now. And that's going to be it. So Marcus, either the dream catcher, the dream crusher, I'm not exactly sure what it is anymore. But if it is a dream crusher, he crushed the dream of a very tough Francisco Cisco Merle tonight.
Yeah, it was just a matter of time. If this was a 10-round fight, it wouldn't have went 10. You know, because Bates was getting stronger and stronger. And if young fighters, that's very impressive.
The third knockdown, technically what happened was the ropes kept Merle from falling. So Vicente Chevalier rightly called it a knockdown, and then Merle was finished in the latter stages of that 6th round by Marcus Bates. So we get the official time of the knockout. So officially 4 knockdowns in the contest. And Bates now goes to 5-0-1. All 5 of his wins by knockout. And Francisco Merle goes to 3-4 with 3-4.
Very impressive, patient fight by Marcus Bates. And to show the poise that he has, you know, he knew when to turn it off and knew turn it on and turn it off.
The referee, Kenny Chevalier, calls a hold to the belt and goes into the record books. There's a TKO, 2 minutes, 30 seconds of the 6th and final round. The winner, the Dream Crusher. That's it for very game and tough. Francisco Merle as well.
And Bates does a backflip in the ring.
That's tradition for him now.
Let's hear for a very game and tough Francisco Merle.
Yes, indeed. He was very tough, and he's a guy that we will probably see in this area once again against some other featherweights in this area, because he gave a really tough bout tonight.
Definitely did. If it's up to King's Promotion, I'm sure where everybody will see him, even though he'll start pretty much moving out of the area and getting put against competition all over the place. So with King's Promotion, I think they really are impressed with Marcus Bates.
Yeah, no question about that. And I said Francisco Merle will get some other bouts as well, because he gave some big shots as well.
He's a tough fight. Even though he won by knockout today, still tough fighter. Yep. He will push everything out of your fight. Like I said, it took all 6 rounds for actually Bates to get rid of him. But he stood in there as long as he could.
So coming up next, we'll have the debut of Slick Justin Hurd out of Ackeek, Maryland, the younger brother of Swift Jared Hurd. He'll take on a guy who has some experience in Hector Mercado out of Veracruz, Mexico. He is 2-8. But again, you take a situation where you are fighting a guy that has a lot more pro experience, even if you have a lot more pro experience than you do.
Yeah, a lot more pro experience. And even with the pro experience, you don't have too much amateur experience also.
About to say, yeah.
So a guy with 10 fights, it's kind of tough going into the ring with a guy with 10 fights. He knows the ring. You know, he's been in the ring a long time, at least with 10 fights. He's been around the crowd, the big crowd. It's a lot of things going against Justin in this fight. And based on his training, that's all we can rely on right now. And plus the fact that he has the same trainer as his brother. So that's one plus for him.
Justin Hurd weighed in tonight at 153.25 pounds. Well, actually close to a quarter, 153.2 pounds, while Hector Mercado came in at even 153 pounds. So, interesting situation. Now, for those of us listening on the Box Talk About Google app for Android, don't forget that Justin Hurd's older brother, Jared Hurd, has a big bout coming. Another King's Promotions card, as a matter of fact, and it'll be at the Licuris Center on the campus of Temple University in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It'll be on the co-feature of Danny Garcia and Julio Vargas. And Jared Hurd will take on former world title contender Jojo Dine out of Canada by way of Romania. Jared Hurd is 18-0, 12 KOs, and Jojo Dine 35-3, 18 wins by knockouts. It's a big card. You can see the bout on Spike TV, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 week from tonight, Saturday, November 12th, from the Licuris Center on the campus of Temple University. And again, another opportunity, because Jared Hurd is ranked among the top 10 by the WBC, WBA, and the IBF and a good opportunity, possibly get a world title shot sometime in 2017 if he wins this one next week.
And one thing I can say about Jared, he earned his way to get where he is.
Yeah.
He fought his way there, and for him, with 18 wins, going against a guy that has just as many knockouts as he has wins and experience, it's going to be a tough fight. But one thing I can say, that Jared is prepared. They did their homework. They knew exactly how to put a game plan to go into this fight. And to me, I feel I have a lot of confidence because Jared has a lot of unseen power that he didn't even have to show in the wins that he did get. And that's a plus for him. So he still has more to show.
Now, one of the more interesting things about this situation is that Jared Hurd has actually had 2 or 3 opponents for this bout. He had Jorge Cota, and Jorge Cota ended up having an emergency appendectomy, so he couldn't fight. Then it was supposed to be Willie Nelson, who had that big win over Tony Harrison a couple years ago, and that bout did not take place because Nelson, quite frankly, didn't want the bout. So now there's JoJo Dan in the picture.
Yeah, apparently they say it was too much of a short notice for Nelson. They said so. Of course, a fighter with Nelson's stature trying to build up on his own, coming off a loss, Nelson, and he doesn't want to take another risky fight. And Jared Hurd would definitely be a risky fight for him. So that shouldn't be in his picture at all. So I understand why they dropped out of the fight. But like you said, it gives a better opportunity for Jared, to advance forward.
Waiting the appearance of Hector Mercado out of Veracruz, Mexico.
Juice Gatling, immediately to the blue corner dressing room. Julius Juice Gatling,
once again, 2-8. Coming off a 4-round unanimous decision loss to Hector Reyes in Pharr, Texas. That was on September 24th. Here we trying to break a 5-bout losing streak. Did get a win in December of 2013. 4-round unanimous decision win over Gregorio Garza in Harlingen, Texas. Mercado now in the ring.
Warrior to the ring, please. To the red corner, Slick Justin Hurd.
Referee Brent Bovell checking both men, and now they're ready. Wait for ring announcer, the one and only Discombobulating Jones, to give us the official introduction.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, this very special attraction bout is scheduled for 4 rounds or less in the junior middleweight division. The referee, once again, Brent Bovell. Introducing the principals. First, fighting out the blue corner, he's wearing pink and blue trunks in honor of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. He weighed in at a rough and tough 153 pounds with 10 bouts under his belt. Hailing from Veracruz, Mexico, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Hector Maravilla Mercado. His opponent fighting out the red corner, he's wearing the blue and white trunks. He weighed in at a round-for-round business, 153.2 pounds. As an amateur, he was a 2008 Junior Olympic champion, now making his non-Olympic, much anticipated pro debut right here tonight, hailing from right up the creek in Albuquerque. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Justin instruction.
So the debut of Slick Justin Hurd, just moments away.
Yeah, we're going to see if taking a guy with 10 fights was a smart decision, or actually it shows the talent level of Slick Hurd.
Here we go, round 1. We are scheduled for 4. Mercado trying to come in and challenge Hurd. Hurd comes back with the right hand. Lands a solid left jab. Good right hand over the top by Hurd. Both men tangle. Referee Brent Bovell separate them. Left hand by Maravilla Mercado. Good right hand over the top by Mercado. Hurd trying to land the right hand. Good left hand by Mercado. Right over our Spreaker.com location. Right hand over the top. Good right hand by Hurd. Body shot by Mercado. They tangle right now, neutral corner. Referee Brent Bovell separate them.
Mercado has that jumpy style. Sometimes it's not good for a fighter because he can get caught in the midst of trying to hold his guards up.
First minute, round one, scheduled for 4. Left hand by Hurd. Good left jab by Hurd. Catches Mercado right hand, another left hand. Good combination there by Hurd. Right hand by Hurd. Right hand to the body by Hurd. Good combination there by Hurd. They tangle in the neutral corner of our real-time pain relief ringside seats. And combination, these two guys tangle and Brent Bovell has separated. Final seconds, first round.
Mercado has some blood coming out of their nose right now.
The right hand by Hurd. Mercado lands the right hand. And both men finish up the first round. So, little herky-jerky round, but Hurd got some shots in early on.
Yeah, Hurd got the best of Mercado doing that round. He looks very good to me right now. You know, he landed some shots over the top, but now into the second round, if he put those punches together better, he can end up basically knocking Mercado out.
Round 2, scheduled for 4.
Everyone standing up, you must take a seat.
Right now I see Coach Ernesto Rodriguez telling Hurd to double up his jab and then move inside. And so I'm looking for that to happen in the second round. Because I saw the same thing, possibly that he can do that.
We'll get ready for round 2, scheduled for 4. Hurd missing with left hand, right hand by Hurd. They tangle once again up against the ropes. Mercado spins Hurd around. Hurd is against the ropes now. Mercado's trying to land some damage. He's hitting Hurd in the arms primarily. He gets a left hand body shot there. And now Hurd tries to push Mercado, and Mercado's not having any of that. And Mercado's laying some good body shots.
Hurd needs to get up off the rope and learn how to spin a fighter and get the other fighter against the rope so he can establish his own punches against him.
He got spun there in that situation there. Both men tangle once again. There's a good right hand by Hurd. But Mercado spins once again. Again, Mercado with 10 pro fights. And although he's 2-8 going in, that 10 pro fight situation is a good experience factor there. Left hand by Mercado after Brent Bovell separates him and warns Hurd for holding. There's a left hand for Mercado. Left hand by Mercado.
And this is also with a pro debut fighter when the coach learns if he can listen to corner and listen to instructions. Right now, Hurd is not listening to what Coach Ernesto and Rodriguez told him to do. And I see that happening he's not using the jab. He's getting pushed against the ropes a lot. He's holding on. He's not throwing a lot of punches. So right now, Mercado is able to take advantage of this round and steal this round. So now I see the round so far, it'll be 1-1.
Mercado chasing Hurd now. Hurd trying to throw right hands, but again, no semblance of a jab from Justin Slick Hurd. Usually slick fighters have jabs, and they use them. Hurd more of a power puncher right now, and that's not helping him against a guy who's throwing some good power shots. As Hector Mercado is right now. Left hand missing by Mercado. Right hand over the top by Mercado. Another right hand, and he gets caught and catches Hurd with a left hand coming across. Hurd comes back with the right hand. But I don't think Justin Hurd's going to win this bout slugging as he gets caught with an uppercut with the right hand.
He's
Right to Mercado.
Yeah, he's smothering his punches. He's doing a lot of grabbing right now, and judges notice that. You know.
Final minute of the second round. We're scheduled for 4. Left hand by Slick Justin Hurd. There's a right hand by Hurd. Both men missing with shots. Got him missing right hand, but he's got Hurd up against the ropes again. And not doing a whole lot of damage, but such thing as scoring points in this situation. He is doing that.
Definitely scoring points. Scoring points. He's keeping Hurd at bay. You know, he's not letting Hurd, even though Hurd looks like he's throwing a lot of heavy shots, those shots aren't landing. And right now, he's going back to the ring screaming that he won that round. So now I see a 1 round apiece.
Yeah.
Don't blame it on us.
Still to come our main event. Michael the Professor Fox taking on Juan the Xavier Rodriguez. Michael Fox out of Forestville, Maryland. Juan Rodriguez out of Haymarket, Virginia. An 8-round feature bout. Get ready for round 3. We're scheduled for 4. The pro debut of Slick Justin Hurd out of Accokeek, Maryland. He's getting a tough pro debut against Hector Maravilla Mercado out of Veracruz, Mexico.
Again, you must take your seats. Please do not stand in front of anyone.
Here we go, round 3. We're scheduled for 4. Justin Hurd trying to now go back to that jab. He's had a tough time establishing it in his first pro debut, of course. And again, he's getting a little bullied in the corner as Mercado trying to land shots. Now he spins Mercado around. Referee Brent Brovell has to separate him. The right hand over the top by Hurd. There's a left hand by Mercado. Good right hand combination by Hurd. But again, Mercado spins Hurd around, and that has been a problem for Justin Hurd.
And he's doing it too easily. Yeah. And when you can do it easy like that, that means you're not working on things that you worked on in the gym. And like you say, he's smothering a lot of punches. And also that means if he can spin you that easy, that means you're too close to him.
There's a good combination there by Justin Hurd, but again, he avoids the wide combination of Hector Mercado. Mercado did get a couple of uppercuts inside, though. Oh, left hand by Hurd. Oh, good right hand by Mercado, though. Both men uppercuts, trying to land those shots inside. The tangle, referee Brent Bell is letting him go, and he gets spun.
One more time.
Yep. He gets spun around again. Heading to the final minute of the third round. We're scheduled for 4. Right hand over the top by Mercado. Hurd tries to shot over the top. Both men landing right hands. There's another right hand. Referee Brent Bovell warning for a possible headbutt there.
And Justin looks like he's getting a little tired now too, because he's leaning on Mercado a little bit more. That's why Mercado is able to spin him. Like he's going to do it again. It looks like.
Oh, good body shots there by Slick Justin Hurd. Right, left hand to the body by Mercado. Oh, good body shots there by Hurd. He's trying to protect his head as he goes in. We head to the final minute. And Hurd trying to land some shots. He's finally getting those power shots in. He throws a beautiful left hand by Hurd. And the right hand comes, but Mercado comes back. And he may be punching himself out, Juan. We'll see what happens.
Those heavy shots, and he was missing. That takes a lot of power out of you, a lot of energy out of you. And it showed the last 2 shots he threw. It looks like he wanted to almost fall down.
Final second. Referee Brent Bovell separates him. The left hand. Oh, good right hand uppercut by Mercado. That catches Hurd. Hurd now leaning on Mercado against the ropes, and the bell rings. But Hurd may have had his best round of the night, but he still got caught too many times, and that could be a major issue going to his fourth and final round.
And for him to get that best round, he had to pretty much drain himself towards the last round. So right now, he's tired at the end of the third. Now he's going to go into the fourth tired because he worked so hard to try to get those punches off. So we're going to see what happens when he come out this final round. And also Mercado, I'm looking at, he has a lot of heavy breathing going on over there. But let's see if his 10-fight experience will overtake the pro debut experience of Justin Hurt.
From my position here at ringside, I can see Jared Hurd talking to Alantez Fox, and both boxers have younger brothers on this card tonight. I wish there could be a fly over there to hear what they were talking about over there.
Exactly. I would love to hear that. I would love to hear that conversation right now. Or they tell him to go to the body. That's what they tell him to do.
All right, fourth and final round. Oh, good body shot there by Justin Hurd to start things going. Gary Digital Williams alongside Martin Marshall here at ringside. King's Motions card at Rosecroft Raceway in Fort Washington, Maryland. Packed house on hand. Seen some great bouts thus far, including the pro debut of Slick Justin Hurd.
Now I see Justin starting to use a little more angles. That's what he needed to start doing at the beginning of the bout. Start to use more angles, and that way he's able to land those shots he wanted to land instead of smothering his punches like he was doing.
Both men tangling once again, and referee Bovell has separated them. Mercado trying to land a right hand, open right uppercut by Mercado, lancing off the face of Justin Hurd. Bovell looking for the head clashes. Trying to warn them both doing that. Hurd trying to throw a quick combination inside. But again, getting bullied against the ropes, that's been kind of the issue for Slick Justin Hurd in this bout thus far.
That's where Mercado was able to at least win that part of the battle, when he was able to spin Hurd around and put him against the ropes.
Left hand landing by Mercado. And
that might have bothered Hurd a little.
I was wondering about that because he had his right hand up against the right side of his face. I thought he might have gotten poked in the eye inadvertently, but he seems to be okay now as we're heading toward the final minute of the final round. Oh, good left right hand by Hurd. Both men working body in close.
If Hurd wants to win this fight, that means this round is the one he has to win strong.
Right hand by Hurd, look like an uppercut there. In the far neutral corner. Off to our far left, upper left. There's the left hand by Mercado. Left hand by Mercado coming back. And referee Brent Bovell warning for chop below the belt.
Yeah, but Justin, he leans forward like he's hurt, and it confused me when his back was turned to me.
Right hand by Hurd once again, warned by Bovell to keep his head up. Heading to the final seconds of the final round. Both men tangle once again. And Mercado slips and falls. No knockdown there. We're inside the final 10 seconds of the final round. So, Slick Justin Hurd's pro debut will go to the distance. But we're interested to see what the outcome will be.
It's very interesting the way this whole bout went, because Mercado did some things that I thought would win him some rounds, and Hurd finished that third round very strong. So that's the only thing I really saw that stood out for him. So we're going to see how interesting it'll be as far as who won this bout.
For those of you watching the stream, once again, we're also doing a audio broadcast of this card. Go to Boxing on the Beltway Google app for Android. You can hear all our cards and interviews and our commentaries, all archives on the Boxing on the Beltway Google app for Android. It's a free app. And you can also, if you have an iOS phone or listening on a computer, you can also get the bouts on iOS and Android by going to the Boxing on the Beltway Spreaker page, Spreaker.com/Boxing Along the Beltway, and iHeartRadio.com/Boxing Along the Beltway. So we're getting ready to get the official decision in just a moment. While we have a moment, I remind those of you listening in the Beltway area, we got a big amateur card coming up on Saturday, November 19th. It'll be right here at Rosecroft Raceway in Fort Washington, Maryland at 6336 Rosecroft Drive in Fort Washington. It's called the Beltway Turnpike Battle, featuring boxers from Tony Valley All-Stars and taking on a team from New Jersey. It's always fun when they get together, no question about that. And of course, as we record this tonight, last night you and I were involved in a big fundraiser, and that's a fundraiser, but a big award ceremony to honor the boxers in the Tony Valley Association of USA Boxing. Tremendous event.
Yeah, and that was the event that the young kids, the young amateurs needed, to let them know that this is where they could be one day if they keep continuing to do the things they're doing. And actually, from this early Potomac Valley Association, we had a lot of great amateurs in the past couple of years that have been doing great things. And hopefully they can continue doing it. Because like I said, they started to stand out. And it was last night that we had to recognize that and had those guys have to get those awards.
It was great for Juan and I to be a part of it. Got to introduce a lot of the fighters, and it was a tremendous night, no question about that. So once again, that is Saturday, November 19th, right here at Rosecroft Raceway. All tickets $20. You can call 202-528-7694 for further information on that. 1 week from tonight, Juan Marshall and I will be live from the Burns Arena in Baltimore, Maryland. Coppermine the Burns Arena for a big card there. Travis Reeves on that card in a IBO championship bout. We'll tell you more about that in just a moment. Here's Diskin Bobby and Jones with the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I give the score, how about a well-deserved round of applause for both ring warriors? They fought their hearts out in here tonight. And let's give recognition to the matchmaker, Desmond Hammonds. Thank you, Desmond. Put together quality bouts. The official score is as follows. Judge John Radowski scored it 39-37. As did Judge Paul Wallace, 39-37. Judge Kenny Chevalier scored it 40-37. All to the winner by unanimous decision. And his pro debut.
Once again, those scores, John Gradowski scored about 39-37. Paul Wallace saw 39-37. And Kenny Chevalier, 40-37. And again, that could have gone either way. I mean, I thought Herb might have snuck it out, but interesting scores there.
Yeah, that was I thought it was a little closer than that. I wouldn't have been upset if it was a draw, because those guys fought a draw type of fight. You know, maybe they saw the fact that Hurd ended a couple of the rounds strong, and that's basically what won this bout for him.
So Justin Hurd makes his pro debut a successful one. He is now 1-0. Hector Mercado now 2-9.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is Slick Justin Hurd.
Justin Hurd making a comment here. Our next contest will be an all Beltway contest. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Now, all Beltway contest will be about a guy from Glenarden, Maryland, and Greg the Moneyman Outlaw making his professional debut, taking on Lamont White, who's fighting in the Beltway for the first time in his career. He's 0-4. Greg Outlaw coming in at 139.2 pounds, and Lamont White coming in even at 141 pounds. So very close in that situation as well. So Greg Outlaw, as we said, a well-accomplished amateur in his career. Doing a tremendous job there.
His partner, Juan Marshall.
And Lamont White is 0-4, coming off a 4-round unanimous decision over to Adrian Sosa of Lincoln, Rhode Island, back on September 16th. Once again, he's faced guys who he made pro debuts, 0-0-1. And Caleb Hernandez, he fought, lost by disqualification in that bout in Bayonne, New Jersey, back in August of 2016, August 27th. And then again, Adrian Sosa, he lost a 4-round unanimous decision. So Lamont White's been very busy as of late, but this is his first time fighting close to home.
That's a great pick for a pro debut fight. A busy fighter. He might not win a fight, but he's been very active and brave. So he knows what to bring. He's going to bring his activity into this bout. And Greg Outlaw, we know what we're dealing with him and his amateur experience. Very good amateur fighter. So we expected out of him. We're expecting what we've seen in the amateurs from him. So it's going to be definitely an exciting fight for me to actually watch this amateur kid come up and make his pro debut.
James Baker, talked to him last night at the PVA contest. He's very excited about him being inducted into the Boxing Hall of Fame for DC. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. That's the Friday night, November 11th, from Martin's Crosswinds in Greenbelt, Maryland. Lamont White heading to the ring right now. Record of 0-4. Out of Waldorf, Maryland. Fighting from his home crowd for the first time. Waldorf, Maryland isn't too far from where we are right now, so he's close to home as well.
Welcome to the ring, please, to the red corner, Greg Outlaw.
Greg Outlaw gets ready to come to the ring. Make his special debut, and I tell you, Greg Outlaw was an amateur for a long period of time, starting his amateur career around 106 pounds and making the regional Golden Gloves team at that weight. Very successful in the junior novice divisions over the years. Finally makes his pro debut tonight. And a big crowd is on hand to see him here. Greg, the Money Man Outlaw, out of Bowie, Maryland.
There's a nice crowd here for him tonight, cheering him on. It's always good to have a great amateur background so you can have a fan following coming to you in your career, professional career. And that's exactly an example of how amateurs should start to create a name for themselves.
Once again, let's go now to ring announcer, the one and only Discombobulating Jones.
This very special attraction bout is scheduled for 4 rounds of wrestling and junior welterweight division. Your referee once again, Kenny Chevalier, introducing the principals first. Fighting out the blue corners with a black and white trunks. He's ready and fit, fighting and ready. 141 pounds after 4 pro bouts. He's looking for his first victory right here tonight. Hailing from Waldorf, Maryland. Please welcome Lamont White. His opponent fighting out the red corner. He's wearing a lime green and black trunks. He weighed in at a ring for ring business. 139.2 pounds. At 12, Golden Glove champion and the junior. Madness and Lincoln Letters making his pro debut right here tonight and dedicating this bout in the memory of Maya and everyone currently fighting from Bowie, Maryland. the further instructions.
So Greg Outlaw getting ready to make his professional debut. Takes on Waldorf's Maryland Lamont White. Alongside Juan Marshall, I'm Gary Digital Williams. Thanks for staying with us here from Rosecroft Raceway in Port Washington, Maryland. A packed house on hand. Outlaw landing left hand. Trying to land the jab. Quick left jab by Greg Outlaw, but not landing at the moment.
I think he's trying to establish his distance. That's what a lot of fighters you see. They throwing that jab out there just to see how far they need to move in to actually land it.
Right hand over the top by Outlaw. Right hand missing. White missing there. White in the black trunks with white trim. Once again, Outlaw on the lime green. Back in the day, we called that a skirt. We don't know if that's a skirt now, but we called that a skirt once upon a time. And also, Greg Outlaw has a knee brace on his left knee. And you got to wonder about that sometime when you see that. And the right hand missing by White.
Right now, he's sliding back and forth pretty good, so that knee is not bothering right now.
Double up with the left hand well. Straight left hand followed by an uppercut. There's left jab by Outlaw. Heading to the halfway point of round one. We're scheduled for 4. There's left hand combination. Both men landing left jabs there. Past halfway point, round one, scheduled for 4. White has gone a distance in every bout he's had so far. He's 0-4, but he goes the 4-round distance. There's the right hand landed by Outlaw. Left jab by Outlaw. Moves to his right. Tries to throw the right hand. He's trying to set that right hand up. Right uppercut by Outlaw. White tangles, and both men tangle. Referee Ken Chevalier has to separate them. Left jab by Outlaw. White trying to get things going as he tries to move in close. Right over our location here at ringside. With the neutral corner directly off to our right. They tangle once again. Referee Ken Chevalier starts to let them separate themselves, but then he breaks after that. The left jab by Outlaw. Right hand over the top by Outlaw. Final seconds of the first round. Outlaw looking to find distance throughout this first round. They tangle each other. Outlaw comes out of that tangle with a good left hand as the bell rings. But again, as you said earlier, looks like a situation where Greg Outlaw trying to find distance in the first round.
Yeah, that's what he did early on, like the first minute or so in the round. He might have looked like he was where he was missing, but that was what he was trying to do, is find the distance that he needed to do in order to step forward and able to land. And you notice that he was able to land the jab, was set up the right hand to follow up with that right hand after that. Now he's starting to try to get an inside work, which will come after that, landing that right hand. He can slide inside and be able to do some body work. So this second round, I think I'm going to see a lot of more body work going into effect on White and see how White can adjust to it. But right now, I think Greg Outlaw is going to start putting more pressure on him.
We get ready for our second round, scheduled for 4. Here we go, round 2, we're scheduled for 4. And the right hand missing by White as he tried to get inside. Now shooting upwards with the right hand. Every punch caught by Greg Outlaw. Outlaw trying to pressure in. Missing with the right hand. Both men in the center of the ring now. Right hand missing by Outlaw. Right hand missing by White. Lamont White is not related to Jordan Short Dog White, who we'll see a little bit later on here in this card.
Move inside more.
Inside the final minute of the second round, scheduled for 4. Left hand to the body by White. Right hand, triple right hand by Greg Outlaw. White's trying to switch up, trying to switch from southpaw to right hand. Into the final moments of this second round. Good right hand over the top. And Outlaw fall with a left hand over the top. White trying to walk Outlaw down, it looks like, but he's not very successful at that. Body shot by Outlaw with the left hand. They tangle once again, referee. Troy Fox in the ring alongside Greg Outlaw tonight. Round 3, we're scheduled for 4. Packed house on hand here at Rosecroft Raceway in Fort Washington, Maryland for this King Promotions card.
Outlaw's great at move inside. He has a tighter and a higher guard. So now he's going to start working his way inside.
The left hand missing by Outlaw. And that White now being a little more herky-jerky and trying to land left-hand shots. Now Outlaw trying to work inside. Missed with a left hand there. And referee Ken Chevalier has to separate both of them as they tangle a little bit right near the center of the ring. First minute, round 3, scheduled for 4. Outlaw with the left hand. Ooh, good left hand by White coming in. Outlaw with his guard up, and he lands a couple of shots offensively there. White trying to throw an uppercut in close with the left hand, but misses with the right hand. Separated in the center of the ring once again.
Outlaw, he really wants to get inside. I see how he's crouching down a little bit more, keeping that guard up. All he needs is to make that one step to get inside, then he starts to work the body a little bit better.
Man, tango as this round comes to a close. We talk about Greg Outlaw's amateur experience. Lamont White did win a junior Golden Glove in 2014. That was a local championship. Right hand over the top by Outlaw. I said Outlaw has won Golden Gloves and regional at the junior, novice, and open regional level. Greg Outlaw missing shots there.
He needs to stay inside when he's inside. He gets in and then he backs back out. If he's able to get inside, he needs to stay there, throw some body shots, and then be able to counter and to go to the head, just like that shot right there.
Outlaw lands a looping shot with the right hand. Now tries to land body shots. Once again, White southpaw. He has switched back and forth between southpaw and orthodox throughout this contest. Right hand over the top over the jab there. Now White switches again as he's in his corner now trying to fight and use some shots to the body. He's got Outlaw up against the ropes near his corner, right in front of us here. And both men tangle. And referee Ken Chevalier separates both of them. Heading to the halfway point of the final round. Greg Outlaw's pro debut. Mount White looking for his first victory after 4 losses. Uppercut Uppercut missing by Greg Outlaw with the right hand. Left hand by Outlaw misses. And White just staying just out of arm's length at times. Now they're both inside working shots. White lands a couple left hands. Trying to work to Outlaw's body in the far neutral corner. Referee Ken Chevalier separates them. Inside the final minute of the final round. Left hand over the top by Greg Outlaw. And right hand by Outlaw. Good uppercuts there by Outlaw, but White's trying to land uppercuts of his own. They're tangled up against the ropes, right in our neutral location. Inside the final seconds, both men slugging out as this round comes to a close. Both men tangle. Referee Ken Chevalier breaks them, and the bell rings to end the bout. So, good performance. It's a pretty awkward boxer. Lamont White kept switching back and forth, but Outlaw looks like he may have gotten his first pro win.
Yeah, Outlaw did what he needed to do. At least he tried to do what he wanted to do, but White just wouldn't let it happen, you know. Outlaw couldn't find the range he needed. You know, he needed to get in a little close, but when he was close, he was smothering. It was too close. And then from the outside, he wasn't using the jab. Actually, it's not the fact that he wasn't using the jab. He wasn't able to land the jab because White was still there with his defense in order to land his own jab. So it was pretty awkward, you know, with White switching back and forth with the southpaw and back to conventional fighter. But to me, Outlaw did enough to get his first win as a professional.
And Lamont White's in his corner had one of the Beltway boxing legend in his own right, Jerry Jones, in the corner of Lamont White. And good performance. Again, Lamont White has yet to be knocked off his feet, at least at the end of a bout. He's been the distance in all four of his bouts thus far. Actually, one of the bouts he actually lost by disqualification. But he's fought basically 16 rounds as a pro. To 4 now for Greg Outlaw. Our radio listeners, our internet listeners, we're welcoming the live broadcast here from Rosecroft Raceway in Fort Washington, Maryland on the Boxing on Beltway Google app for Android. And for our iOS listeners, we welcome you on Spreaker.com as well as iHeartRadio.com. Our Boxing on the Beltway page is there. I'm Gary Digital Williams alongside Juan Marshall. And we have just completed our 4th bout of the evening. Greg Outlaw Jr. against Lamont White. Waiting the decision of the judges there. And again, Greg Outlaw looks to have won his first pro bout. We'll get the official decision momentarily as BC Boxing Hall of Famer and ring announcer Discombobulating Jones steps into the ring. And will step through many a ring in his time here. Let's go now to ring announcer Discombobulating Jones. Official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about a well-deserved round of applause for both our ring warriors. The official score is as follows. All 3 judges, John Radowski, Brent Govell, and Paul Roy scored the same 40-36, all to the winner by unanimous decision in his pro debut.
Greg Outlaw wins his pro debut, 40-36 across the board, and Lamont White falls to 0-5.
You know, pro debuts like this, especially being matched up with an experienced promoter, you want to know what is his next step, you know, and going into the second fight. And with a fight like he had tonight, you know, he's going to go back to the gym. Every fighter takes something away that he needs to work on in the gym. And of course, I know Troy Fox spotted some things, and he's going to adjust, and we're going to see what his second fight looks like.
Greg Outlaw talking to the crowd here. I believe that's coming into the ring also is Great Outlaw's mom. Outlaw team taking pictures in the ring. And our next scheduled bout. It says a 6-round battle of undefeated boxers as Kent Cruz, originally from St. Louis, Missouri, now fighting out of Austin, Texas. Undefeated 11-0, 6 KOs, taking on Darius I Am King Irvin. He's out of Los Angeles, California. He's 3-0. Both men's weights pretty much the same. 139 pounds, 0.2 pounds for Kent Cruz. 139.8 rounds for Darius Irving.
All right, DJ East Coast, what you got for me?
Next bout coming up. King's promotion fight, I'm thinking.
Right.
Experience fight like that. King's promotion knows what they had to bring to the ring today. Irvin, I guess he's a game fighter, or they wouldn't put him in the ring matching up in their fighter.
And he's undefeated also.
So it's going to be definitely a great fight for outside fighters to come work and fight inside the belt.
Big jump for Darius Irvin going into 6 rounds, and he's only fought guys. 2 of his opponents were 1-0 going into the bouts against Irvin, and his other bout was a guy who was making a pro debut. He's never been 6 rounds before. Kent Cruz is coming off an 8-round bout. Win over Ricky Edwards on September 3rd at the Cowboys Dance Hall in San Antonio, Texas. Once again, Kent Cruz coming in 139.2 pounds, and Darius Irvin coming in 139.8 pounds. So get ready for our next contest momentarily.
After the next fight, 5-minute intermission.
After Jordan's fight? After Jordan's fight.
What have you seen in here? I saw a lot of Seven Rivers. I'm bringing him up for that.
Yeah. That's all I've seen so far.
Dominic Wade, Phil Jackson.
So while we get ready for our next bout, we'll take this time out. Stay with us. We'll have more from Rosecroft Raceway, brought to you by Real Time Pain Relief. Rub it on, the pain is gone in real time. Stay with us. Good to see you, man. Good to see you, man. Doing well, man. Doing well. Good to see you.
Yeah, always.
Always, definitely.
Winner to the ring, please. To the blue corner, Darius Irvin.
Back here at Rosecroft Raceway in Fort Washington, Maryland, alongside Warren Marshall. I'm Gary Digital Williams.
And also, if you heard in the background, we had Dominic Wade, Phil Jackson, some professionals from the area had opportunity to fight on television, especially with Dominic. Everybody knows what that one big fight he had with Triple G.
Right.
You know, it didn't come out with the outcome, but he had the opportunity.
Yeah, no question about that. And that's what a lot of these guys are looking at right now. And gals, too, because we got a boxer coming up on November 19th in Las Vegas. Gets a huge opportunity, and I find it just very, very interesting, considering the almost aversion that Franchon Cruz had to turning pro. Not only will she turn pro on November 19th at the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, on the undercard of Andre Ward and Sergey Kovalev, but she'll face a rival and the only 2-time gold medal winning Olympic boxer in Clarissa T-Rex Shields.
Yeah, Clarissa Shields, you know, she was, and they were together.
Right.
Just not maybe last month. They were
Right.
together, watching fights together. Now they're going to be facing each other inside the ring. You know, so it's going to be a big thing for the both of them guys.
Franchon Cruz says it's nothing personal. It's all about business. And some are wondering why this fight is happening so soon. A pro debut for both fighters. They're wondering why this bout is taking place so soon. But a lot of people say maybe the bout that steals the show in that situation. So, be interesting.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be an interesting fight. And actually, it's going to be a coin toss for that fight. Even though Clarissa has the background and the golden and with the gold medals, they used to battle each other in the amateurs.
Yeah, and Clarissa always came up, not always, but most of the time came up very, very successful in her bouts against Cruz. Of course, in 2012 bout at the Olympic trials going to London, Franchon was favored to be the Olympic representative for the middleweight division, but Shields put a stop to that.
Yeah, and like you said, pretty much even for those guys. Just basically, one got the opportunity and one missed out. Like I said, we have another tough bout coming up. Be new to both of us seeing these guys, you know, and it's an experience. I forgot the trainer's name over there, but he's an experienced trainer, fighting on some of those guys fighting on HBO and Showtime under his leadership. So it's gonna be very interesting.
Both boxers are now in the ring.
We have to say about this ring. This ring right here is one of the smaller rings.
Yeah.
16 by 16. There's not a lot of running in this ring, you know. So when you get ready to go at it, you have to go at it.
So this bout scheduled for 6 rounds. Continues great card action here from the Rosecroft Raceway in Fort Washington, Maryland.
Ladies and gentlemen, this special attraction bout is scheduled for 6 rounds or less in a junior welterweight division. Your referee once again, Brett Bovell. Introducing the principals. First, fighting out the blue corner, he's wearing the white, black, and Carolina blue. He weighed in at a lean and mean 139.8 pounds, undefeated in his young career at 3-0, and he comes to us from Ventura, California, by way of Charlotte, North Carolina. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Darius. I am King.
The right hand over the top by Cruz. Now Irvin has to turn around a little bit. In the ring. Referee Brent Bovell lets them work their way out, and finally right hand by Irvin. Cruz trying to land shots in close. Finally Brent Bovell has separated him. Right hand over the top by Cruz. Catches Irvin right on the ear there. Irvin has to tangle, and they both tangle in the center of the ring. And Bovell has to separate once again. Bovell warning both men for holding behind the head. Past halfway point, round 1 scheduled for 6. Left hand to the body, missing by Cruz. Cruz moving back and forth, side to side. Right hand over the top by Cruz. Left hand missing by Irvin. So right hand missed by Irving, left hand missed by Cruz there. Inside the final minute, round 1 scheduled for 6. Way inside the final minute. In fact, in the final 10 seconds. Right hand missing by Cruz, just barely. So the personification of a feeling out process in that first round.
Advantage Cruz. I say that because Irvin is giving up his height. The mouse he has under his left eye because of the height advantage that he's given up. If he would stay tall, most of those shots probably would have landed on the shoulder instead of being on the eye. So right now, if he stands tall and uses his jab, Cruz wouldn't be able to get inside and make that overhand right easy to land.
So both men get instructions from their corners between rounds. 2, scheduled for 6. Both men tangling once again. And they come out. And now both men are more involved with the distance as Irvin trying to initiate action early on. Really can't do it right now. But quite frankly, neither can Cruz. Both men trying to land shots, but neither one hitting any targets right now. Men missing. Cruz wanted to throw that right overhand, but he stopped at the last second. They tangled up. Referee Brent Bovell separate them. Cruz trying to land a straight right hand, and that's not really working very well for him either.
One thing Irvin is compensating for was giving up his height. He's leaning on that back leg a little bit, so it makes Cruz has to reach in a little bit more. That's why Irvin is able to counterpunch him.
Right hand just missing by Cruz, almost catching Irvin coming in. The left hand by Cruz. It's Irvin up against the ropes. And separate once again. They tangle once again halfway through round 2. And now Brent Bovell has separated them. Left hand missing by Irvin in close, and he tried the right hand as well and missed, and Cruz missed as well. Irvin catches Cruz in close. We head to the final minute of the second round, scheduled for 6. This will be the first time going 6 for Irvin if he can do that. Cruz has gone 8 rounds in his career. In fact, he did it in his last fight, back on September the 3rd in San Antonio, Texas. Man, very tactical. Cruz just missing the right hand, missing the left hand, missing right hand. Finally lands the left hand. Right over our broadcast location. They tangle once again. And referee Bovell has separated them. One of them both for tangling. Heading to the final seconds of this second round. We're scheduled for 6. And again, very awkward fight. Neither man really establishing much. Irvin tried to land left hand, almost stumbled as he did so. But again, a very awkward second round. Neither man really doing damage right now.
Yeah, either one were able to establish anything right now. So I'm gonna see what happens in this third round, because Irvin, he's gonna have to start using his jab a little bit more, because right now Cruz is reaching in a lot. So if he's able to use that jab, catching Cruz as he's reaching in, then he might can change this fight up a little bit.
So round 3 getting ready to get started. We continue work here from Rosecroft Raceway in Fort Washington, Maryland. Here we go, round 3. We're scheduled for 6. Let's see if anybody takes advantage here and takes control of this bout. As the first 2 rounds, relatively even, without a whole lot of action in between.
Exactly. Somebody has to step up to the plate and actually say if they want to win this fight, they're going to have to take a risk and jump in there and start throwing more punches. Because right now, neither fighter's throwing a lot of punches right now. We don't see any combinations coming to play right now. We see a lot of one punches from each other. You know, so somebody's going to have to go in there, and right now I think it's going to start mixing it up from this point. Cruz is going to try to find the distance that he needs, in order to make things happen.
Cruz trying to go downstairs and hit some body shots. But Irvin does have a long reach, and he's starting to use his height a little bit better in this contest as well.
Yeah, he's starting to stretch it out a little bit more, even though he's still crouched down. And Cruz just landed a right hand right there to make Irvin actually grab on, so that means he hurt him a little bit.
And right over our real-time pain relief location. Left hand missing by Cruz, a tangle in front, and finally Bovell had to separate him. And he warns Darius Irvin for turning Cruz around a little bit, trying to spin him around. Irvin lands right hand on Cruz as Cruz comes in. No real damage done. They stay in the center of the ring. Both men missing with alternate hands, left and right hands. Heading to the final minute of the third round, we're scheduled for 6. Irvin landed a shot of right hand on the top of the head. And referee Brent Bovell had to separate him there. Right hand missing by Cruz. Irvin is tall, but he can be very slick at times, it looks like. And that slickness is giving Cruz a little bit of difficulty.
Now, what Cruz has to do now, since he knows that one jab isn't working, he's going to have to either double or triple his jab just to get inside of the taller Irvin.
Both men tangle and they separate on their own that time, and neither man really landing a solid punch. So we head to the final 30 seconds of the third round. We're scheduled for 6. Left hand missing by Irvin. We head to the final seconds of this third round. Irvin lands a sneaky right hand inside. And a right hand over the top by Cruz. I don't think he hit it as solidly as he wanted to, but maybe one of the best punches that Cruz has thrown so far tonight.
Yeah, and what he does, when he gets inside, even though it's inside, he misses a shot going in, but when he's in, he needs to stay in. And that way he can start working the body a little bit more, because Irvin is a little too tall and too long for him, so he needs to stay inside at all times. That way he'll smother Irvin's punches, but he'll be inside, and that way he can start landing more point punches and actually get points. Now it's about getting points now, because he can't do anything on the outside. So he has to move inside and get those points.
Ready for the fourth round, scheduled for 6. Here we go, round 4, we're scheduled for 6. Kent Cruz out of originally from St. Louis, Missouri, now fighting out of Austin, Texas. He's 11-0 with 6 KOs. There is I Am King Irvin, originally from Charlotte, North Carolina, now fighting out of Ventura, California. He's 3-0. And Cruz, and it looks like, I don't know, I couldn't tell whether or not Cruz hit him with the left hand. Their feet just kind of tangled a little bit. Irvin doesn't seem to be hurt anyway.
This is what Cruz is doing any way he can to get inside. Once Irvin misses, he jumps in there. Even if he misses a punch, he still be able to slide in there and be able to stay there.
Cruz trying to shorten the distance a little bit. Misses with a right hand over the top, just barely. And it looks like Cruz does have opportunity to go inside, but he's not taking full advantage of it.
That's what he needs to do. Like I said, when he gets in there, he needs to stay there. And
there's a right hand over the top by Cruz. Irvin said it didn't hurt. But slowly but surely, it looks like Cruz may be finding his way in with the right hand. But right now, he's kind of too inactive in between.
And right now, he's starting to feint that jab. Even sometimes, it's not about landing the jab. It's made a feint just to get you an opportunity to get inside. And that's what he's going to do. He's going to throw a couple of feint jabs just to slide in.
Heading toward the halfway point of the fourth round, we're scheduled for 6. There's a good left hand, and finally got it. The right hand followed by the left hand. Down goes Irvin. Ken Cruz. And the first knockdown of the bout. Irvin is back up, coming forward. I just tell referee Bovell he's okay.
That time he slipped the jab of Irvin, and that's where he came over with the overhand right.
There's the right hand by Cruz. And the body Irvin calling Cruz in. He's already been knocked down once. He gets right hand again. Got to go. And Brent Bovell will stop this bout immediately. Ken Cruz, the Puerto Rican sensation. Now 12-0, 7 KO.
And that was the moment, and each time he landed that shot, that overhand right, it was because he slipped the jab of Irvin and slid in and threw the overhand right that connected very well and actually sent Irvin to the canvas twice in this round.
So we were wondering when that was going to take place in this bout. Looked like it was coming slowly but surely, and eventually by the fourth round, it finally happened.
And that's what it is. He took that risk. Even with missing shots, he wanted that opportunity to open up what he needed to open up, and that was to get the right hand landed, and that's what he did.
So Cruz lands two knockdown blows before the bout is stopped. We'll get the official decision from ring announcer, official time of the knockout, I should say. Just a second. From ring announcer, Discombobulating Jones.
TKO, 2 minutes, 15 seconds on the fourth round. His record now goes to 12-0 with 7 KO. The Puerto Rican sensation.
Once again, Ken Cruz now 12-0, 7 KOs. Darius Irvin loses for the first time in his career. He's now 3-1.
Experienced fighters, after a while, you can tell when they're starting to learn and advancing and making adjustments throughout their career. The fights like this, it takes tough fights. Even with Irvin being 3-0, only 3 fights, he had enough to teach Cruz something. And that was, for one, the fighter, the taller fighter, that was keeping you at bay with his jab, and it allowed you to try to set up something of your own to get inside to land the punches that you need to land. And that's what Cruz did. He was able to slide to the right and then throw the overhand right, and that was to land and connect. He did it twice, sent Irvin down to the canvas and be able to actually get the referee Brent Bovell to stop the fight.
So Ken Cruz, the King Promotion signee, out of Austin, Texas, by way of St. Louis, Missouri, remains undefeated, now 12-0, 7 KO. Don't forget, still to come our main event, Michael the Professor Fox taking on Juan the Savior Rodriguez, our co-feature, Luther Lights Out Smith in a cruiserweight bout against Mike Marshall. Luther Smith out of Bowie, Maryland. Mike Marshall out of the Bronx, New York. So our next bout features Jordan Short Dog White out of Waldorf, Maryland. He's 3-0, 3 KO against Jose Elizondo from Monterrey, Mexico. He's 2-1. KO to tape White coming in 122.6 pounds, and Jose Elizondo 121.6 pounds. And should be a very interesting bout. Jordan White, already signed by Al Heyman before his pro debut, and has done very well thus far in his young pro career.
Opportunity now to fight on his second Kings Promotions card. Like I said earlier, Kings Promotions giving these young fighters opportunities to actually build their careers up on cards that on high profile cards, actually, televised card like we're going to get to next week. with Danny Garcia and Swift Jared Hurd on that card also. And it's fights like this that you want to actually shine so they can keep you in mind when they want to put fights together. Right.
Once again, for our listeners, the battle between Danny Garcia and Samuel Vargas, I think it said Julio Vargas earlier. Samuel Vargas is the main event of that card at the LaCour Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. But the co-feature and about to open the telecast 9 o'clock Eastern Time on Spike TV will be Jared Hurd against JoJo Dan. And the winner of that bout supposedly is supposed to get the number 2 ranking in the WBC. And that's really basically one spot away from a world title shot down the road.
And that's exactly what it be, especially a young career like Jared Hurd, has, and this is going to be his 4th year, I want to say, as a professional.
I believe so.
And going into his 4th year as a professional. And he's right on pace. At 4 years, being a professional, he's 26 years old, I think he is, and he's fighting for a world title opportunity, and he's going to get that shot with this fight next week.
I like the word you use when you talk about his career, and again, we've talked about many times that there's no one way to do this. But as you call it, as if you want to follow a blueprint on how to do this, Jared Hurd is one to follow.
That's definitely one of the ways. If you want to look up how do I want to be get to the top, that's a blueprint you definitely want to know. You can ask him how to do it, and you can take that path and fight your way to do it, because that's exactly what he's doing. He's fighting his way to the top. It's not given to him. He had to create his name, and because he had to take a risk to take a certain fight, he created his name by building off another guy's name, which was Frank Galazza. And from that point, he excelled, and he's getting opportunities like this, become the number 1 ranked, the number 2 ranked person in the WBA, I think it is, or WBO, WBA, and that's what you have to do.
Jose Elizondo coming to the ring. He's out of Monterrey, Mexico. Jordan White getting ready to make his appearance in the ring. And again, another person with a big support and very vocal support system, very animated support system in the Jordan White camp.
He has it all. He has it all. And he's very talented. Very talented fighter.
Yes, he is. He did have an outstanding amateur career. Maybe a chance of short dog. Large contingent following Jordan White to the ring.
Let's work, Sean.
Jordan White in the ring now.
Trained by his father, John White, forever. His whole career, they've been traveling all over the country, across the world, to fight, and it shows. The standout amateur career would put you at a certain level when you turn pro.
Let's see what he does now in his pro career. We go now to ring announcer Discombobulating Jones.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a very special attraction. This is standing for 6 rounds or less in the junior featherweight division. Your referee once again, Kenny Chevalier. Introducing the principals first. Fighting out the blue corner between the black and silver trunks. He weighed in at a fit fighting and ready 121.6 pounds. His professional record in his young career, 2 victories against 1 defeat, and he comes to us from the Lone Star State of Texas, city of San Antonio by way of Laredo, Tamaulipas, Mexico. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jose Elizondo. As the opponent fighting out the red corner, he's wearing the red and black trunks. He weighed in at a small, quick 122.6 pounds. As an amateur, he was a multi-time Golden Glove of national champions. Now, 3 years of pro, all 3 victories coming by way of knockout heaven from the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Ladies and gentlemen, where my guards at?
So here we go, as Jordan White fights for the second time near his hometown. Last time he fought on that Crystal City card, August 19th, the King Promotions card, for a second round stoppage of Sergio Aguilar, back on August 19th. After just 3 fights in the 6-round bouts. Here we go, round 1, we are scheduled for 6. Alongside Juan Marshall, I'm Gary Digital Williams. Thanks for staying with us here from a packed house, King's Promotions card, Rosecroft Raceway, Fort Washington, Maryland. White trying to establish his jab, trying to land the right hand. Elizondo trying to come in close, from inside. White missing with the left hand. Right hand around the corner by Elizondo, just missing. Left hand missing there by Jordan White. Maybe a factor in this situation, maybe a speed situation here. Got right hand to the body by White.
That was a good body shot. Eventually, the fighter can't take but so many body shots.
Right hand missing by Elizondo. Right, warning Elizondo for slapping with his punches. There's a left jab by White. Trying to triple that left jab up. At the center of the ring, final seconds of the first round. Good feeling out process. Right hand by White. Left hand by White. Down goes Elizondo. Elizondo quickly gets back up to his feet. Kenny Chevalier putting on the 8 count. Here comes right at the end of the first round, Jordan White. And I think the speed is the major factor in this situation. I'm not sure if Elizondo has any way to combat it.
And White was looking for that left hand the entire round, but he was waiting to see what Elizondo was going to start throwing in order for him to land that left hand. And basically what he did, he timed the jab. That's what it came off the jab of Elizondo, and he was able to land that left hand over the top to send Elizondo to the canvas.
And you're hearing the chant of Short Dog or Jordan Short Dog White.
Even in this next round, I know when I interviewed Jordan White, he said he was going to take his time, but I want to see if take his time is that really going to happen in this round since he knew he knocked him out? He's going to be more aggressive. I think he's going to press on the gas a little bit more, though, I think, this round coming up.
Round 2 is scheduled for 6. And again, the speed of Jordan White, I think, also led to that knockdown late in the first round. White increased the speed throughout the basis of that first round. He got that knockdown late. Elizondo trying to land left hands, but for every shot, White thing 2, 3, 4, 5. He lands right hands, left hands to the body, to the head. He comes back out, and here's the patience showing through by Jordan White.
That was smart for White to do that. He looked like he had his opponent beat a little bit, but he stepped back a little bit to let him off the hook, just so he can get a little more work in.
Left hand to the body by White. Elizondo had a little flurry and actually catches White with a left hand there, it looks like. Left hand to the body. First minute, round 2. One knockdown in the first round for Jordan White. Very late in the first round. We can see how the judges scored that, whether it's a 10-9 or a 10-8 round. And literally within the last 10 seconds of that first round. White tries the left hand, misses.
And with that left hand, when Jordan throws it, he digs with that left hand, digs to the body. So that takes a lot of power, a lot of energy out of Elizondo.
Elizondo caught White with the right hand coming in. We approach the halfway point in the second round, scheduled for 6. Elizondo trying to walk White down, but White lands a big right hand. That backs up Elizondo. Left hand by White. White almost squaring up in front of Elizondo. Right hand by Jordan White. Washington, D.C. And good right hand by White. And now drop Elizondo. I think Elizondo may have thought that he slipped, and he's telling Ken Chevalier that he slipped. And I thought his feet did slip out from under him, but I thought it was a result of the punch.
They did, even though it was a punch being thrown, and it did land. But unfortunately, he just tripped over his feet at the same time, so you have to call it a knockdown.
Second knockdown for Jordan White. We're inside the final minute of the second round, scheduled for 6. Final seconds, round 2. 2 knockdowns in this bout by Jordan White, one in each round thus far. Elizondo trying to put in close, and I think they hit heads as the round ended. Yep, they're in the Elizondo corner complaining about head clashes. Referee Kenny Chevalier. And they bumped heads at the near the end of that second round.
Yeah, I don't know what that was about. The way his corner came out, he didn't have to approach the referee like that, in that manner. But he could have, because the referee makes his rounds towards each corner anyway. So he just had to take and approach it in situation and let the referee know what was happening. The referee used his own discretion because he's the one refereeing the fight.
Right. Well, the Elizondo camp could have 2 things to complain about. The second knockdown, again, could have been a combination of a punch plus a slip in the midst of the punch, and now that the head clash there. But right now, 2 knockdowns for Jordan White. Both one in the first late, one in the second, about 30 seconds left to go in that round. Jordan White with a big advantage as we head into the third round. White in the black trunks with the red trim. Elizondo, black trunks with the white trim. White now going back to his jab. So again, definitely showing patience and good fundamentals. in this contest?
He's doing everything he said he wanted to do. You know, work out some things, take his time doing the round. But like I said, a guy with his speed and his power, you know, that develops through his speed and his technique, he creates knockouts. You know, and he can't help it if that's what happens during the fight.
White with a good combination there. Left jab by White. Elizondo trying to throw a left jab in kind, throws left jab to the body. Missing with the right hand coming in. And White lands the right hand of his own. Right hand missing by Elizondo. Right hand over the top by White. Left hand by White.
For Jordan White to be such a young professional fighter, he has some little slick ways I'm watching him doing. When he's ready to throw that right hand, sometimes he even slides to his left to make it seem like he's going to drop a left hand jab, but he comes back and throws that right.
Also switching back and forth at times from orthodox to conventional, to southpaw, I should say, orthodox to southpaw. We head to the final minute of the third round, scheduled for 6. Oh, good combination there by White. Right hand followed by the left upstairs.
He's definitely doing some tricks to Elizondo. He's getting Elizondo to step a certain way that he wants him to move by feinting a different way.
Head to the final seconds of the third round. Elizondo lands the right hand. White misses the right hand. Elizondo comes in close but gets thwarted by left hand by White. White backing up but still throwing some punches. Elizondo trying to throw shots to the body. Final seconds of the third round. Trying to pick up speed here. Right, left hand to the body by Elizondo as this round comes to an end. So Elizondo came back strong in that third round, but White had the tactical edge early on.
Yeah, White won the round early on, but like you said, it's the finish that Elizondo had to actually to bring it to the next round. He brought some momentum with him, you know. But now I think they're going to start stepping it up a little bit more in the White's corner, and they're going to tell him to be a little bit more aggressive, but also be cautious. And he's going to ask him, to me, it seemed like he needs to use a little more angles to create those openings that he needs to throw those punches. So I think he's going to create angles and start being a little more aggressive in this round coming up, which is the fourth round.
You're ready for the fourth round, scheduled for 6. Here we go, round 4. White trying to land left hands. And White now into his own corner, now moving to his left. Elizondo missing with a right hand to the body. Left hand missing by White. Right hand on the top by Elizondo missing.
And White's moving around a little bit more, so he's going to start creating those angles that he wants. He's going to start stepping side to side. And he's going to counter off those punches Elizondo's going to be throwing.
Right hand by Elizondo. He's chasing White, but White very patient on the outside. Right hands to the body by Elizondo, but there's a right hand up top by White. Left hand missing by Elizondo to the body. Tries the right hand to the body, to the head by Elizondo, but gets caught with the right hand by White in return. First minute, round 4, scheduled for 6. Right hand over the top by Elizondo, that lands. And referee Ken Chevalier warning White for spinning Elizondo by the head.
Now I noticed that White he needs to start going underneath with those shots, because the shots he's throwing overhand are missing because Alessandro is dipping his head a little bit more. So now when he sees him dipping his head, that's when he need to come underneath with some uppercuts.
And second warning by Kenny Chevalier for hitting for White, hitting Elizondo on top of the head. Uppercut by Elizondo. By White. Elizondo tried an uppercut there. Right hand missing by White. Left jab by White. Elizondo leans in for the right hand. Combination there by White.
Now White is creating those angles I was talking about. Now, there it is again. Now he's going to start mixing everything up together.
Right hand up top by White. Elizondo missing with a right hand. Right hand missing by White. White then lands a right hand. Elizondo trying to trap White, but White just gets out of the way. The movement and the speed, that's a big key here in this contest. Has led to 2 knockdowns already by Jordan White in this bout. One in the first, one in the second. Final seconds of the 4th round. And Elizondo landed a shot, but landed a shot low. But White gets called for pushing Elizondo's head down as the bell rings. And again, White doing a good job setting the pace in this bout, but has kind of lost some accuracy in this bout.
And that's what I'm talking about when he needs to start sitting back and creating some angles for himself, because everything he's trying to throw over top, Elizondo is already kind of shorter than him, and he's ducking everything. So now that's why he needs to come underneath, create angles, and then come over the top. Because when he comes underneath, Elizondo's going to raise his head, then he can counter over the top and be able to land the shots that he wants to land, as he's trying to land from the beginning. So he has to do things a little in reverse.
Get ready for round 5. It's scheduled 6-round bout. Here we go, round 5, scheduled for 6. We've had nothing but competitive bouts here tonight. Those who've had knockouts have had to work for them this evening.
Definitely. Now you see White being a little bit more patient. He's going to see what Alejandro is going to deliver, and then he's going to counter off of that.
Elizondo trying to trap and cut off Jordan White, but White using great movement back and forth. Moving now to his left. And that could be frustrating Jose Elizondo at this point. Elizondo trying to come in close. His left hand by Elizondo. Left hand by White coming back. A good stiff left jabs by Jordan Short Dog White.
If anything's going to finish this fight in Jordan's favor, it's going to be an overhand followed by uppercut.
And left hand by White. That snaps Elizondo's head back. Heading to the halfway point of round 5, scheduled for 6. Right hand over the top by Elizondo.
That punch right there, just that overhand right by Elizondo just made White have a nosebleed.
Elizondo with a good right hand does some damage to Jordan White. White tried to fight his way back after that. So a little bit of adversity for the young man out of Washington, D.C. Deals with a bloody nose in this contest. His 4th as a pro. Left hand by White after Elizondo missed inside with the left hand. Good counter by White there. Final minute of the 5th round, scheduled for 6. Elizondo with right. Oh, good combination there by Elizondo. Right hand over the top by Elizondo.
This is a tough 5th round for Jordan White this time. You know, he's coming out a little battered up.
And this is virgin territory for White. Never been past the 4-round bout. 4-round situation in a bout. We saw earlier tonight Marcus Bates handled that very well. And to tell you the truth, Jordan's having some difficulty with that. We landed a good uppercut with the right hand there. Good enough right hand, counter right hand.
It keeps coming.
Final seconds of the 5th round. Things got a little interesting here in this 5th round.
They say good fighters need tough fights, and this is definitely a tough fight. First 6-rounder with a guy that keeps coming forward, takes in all your punches. You might put him down twice, but he keeps coming. And sometimes you wonder, does that affect the mental stability of a fighter that just knocked a guy down twice, but he still keeps coming and he's starting to hurt him? You know, you wonder about that sometimes.
That's a young fighter in a situation like that.
A 19-year-old kid, you know, with an outstanding amateur background. Started off strong professionally with 3 knockouts, only using 3 rounds in each bout. I think 1 round in each bout. And you get into a contest like this where you see a tough kid that comes in your hometown and fights you as hard as he's doing right now.
Get ready now for the 6th and final round.
All right, boxing fans, this is it. Put your hand together for both ring wars. This is the sixth and final round.
This one's going to be very interesting indeed. White now trying to find some shots. Elizondo's flicking out his jab. There's a left jab by White. Left jab to the body by Elizondo. Right hand over the top by White, misses. Left hand by White. Left jab, this is my White.
Now you're going to see Elizondo throwing everything at him because right now he knows he's been down twice and he's saying this guy put me down twice. He hasn't get rid of me yet, so I'm going to go at him full-fledged and go full entourage at him.
White trying to land right hand, and once again, Ken Chevalier warning Jordan White for punching Elizondo in the back of the head and near the top of the head. Warned him a few times in this bout about that. Elizondo throws the left hand to the body. That lands. Maybe partially blocked by White's forearm. Oh, good combination there by White. Coming off the counter there and landed the left hand. After Elizondo landed some shots to the body. First minute, final round.
Those 2 knockdowns definitely go in Jordan White's favor the way this bout turned out right now so far in the last final round. Leading from the 5th round going into this round because these guys are actually battling each other toe-to-toe basically, blow for blow.
Oh, good combination, 3-punch combination by Jordan White. Left hand, right hand uppercut. Straight right hand, followed by right hand uppercut. Elizondo again keeps on coming. He lands body shots. He tries landing right hand up top, can't do it there. They're in the center of the ring. Now White trying to fend off Elizondo. He's landing some shots. The right hand over the top by White though. Past halfway point, final round. Well into the final minute of the final round. Right hand by Elizondo. Left hand getting underneath by Elizondo. White lands a good right hand, followed by left hand. Elizondo comes back in kind. Elizondo's loving this. He's smiling at Jordan White. He hits White with a little shoulder inadvertently and then lands a left hand, but White comes back with a combination of his own. Right hand by White. Oh, good. Combination by Elizondo close. Right hand to the body. Final seconds ticking away. Both men slugging up. And both men landing shots. White with the left hand. Elizondo right hand missing. They go approach. They land heads. They land elbows. They finally embrace. As this bout ends.
These guys went blow for blow all the way to the final bell.
Elizondo Elizondo can't feel he's won the bout. They've got their man on the shoulders of one of his handlers.
I tell you what, if it wasn't for those 2 knockdowns, this would be very interesting right here. But I think that's what saved Jordan White. Those 2 knockdowns, that saved him in this fight.
Well, and one of the keys also is that first knockdown that came very late in the first round. So the question will be whether or not 3 judges will see that as a 10-8 round or a 10-9 round. And in the second knockdown, where I think it was a legitimate knockdown, you can also make a claim that Elizondo was slipped along the way, lost his footing. So again, how the judges going to see that round?
Well, they're going to have to score it like they called it.
They have to score a 10-8 round in that case.
Score the 10-8 round, but you were absolutely correct on that first one.
Yeah.
Do you score the 10-9 or do you score the 10-8?
Because it came right. I mean, literally within the last 10 seconds of that first round.
Exactly, because it was the fact that Elizondo, he wasn't being outmatched.
Right.
And outboxed in that round. He just happened to get knocked down at the end of the round.
Right.
So it was basically a 9-9 until the knockdown.
Right.
And this is one of the toughest fights so far Jordan White has in his career.
By far, it's the toughest.
And now he's going to be looking forward to even getting tougher fights. You know?
When Jordan White made his debut in December of 2015, he had a first-round knockout of Jose Roman. Then on February 9th of this year at the Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, scored a first-round knockout. And it says his last fight on August 19th at the Crystal City Hilton in Crystal City, Virginia, he stopped his opponent after 2 rounds. Jose Elizondo has not been knocked down in his short career. He's 2-1. All 3 bouts, now all 4 bouts, going the distance. And this is his first 6-rounder as well.
Jordan White got exactly what he was wanting. He said he wanted to get the rounds in, and that's exactly what happened, you know. He put on a good show, but you got to give it to his opponent, Elizondo. He put on an excellent show himself.
Bottom line, White got more rounds in this one fight than he did in his previous 3 bouts combined. Still waiting the decision from ring announcer Discombobby Jones. And again, we'll see how those 2 knockdowns came into play going forward. Ring announcer Discombobby Jones now coming into the ring. And rate the decision of the judges. Here's ring announcer Discombobby Jones.
Come on, boxing fans, we gotta give it up to him. This is one of the best fights Commission has had all year. Let's hear it for both our ring warriors. The official score is as follows. Judge John Gradowski scored it 58-55. Judges Brent Bovell and Paul Wallace both saw 57-55, all to the winner by unanimous decision. He was in a dog fight, but he didn't come up short.
So again, despite the knockdowns in the first 2 rounds, White had a very close bout, with Brent Bovell and Paul Wallace scoring about 57-55, and John Gradowski scored at 58-55. 2 of those judges look like they saw that first round knockdown as a 10-9 round, not a 10-8 round.
You called it exactly how they see it, and that's exactly how they saw it, you know. A 10-9.
Look like John Gradowski called it a 10-8 round, and again, if you look at the scores, I'm not exactly sure how they called that second knockdown. That second knockdown may have been a 10-9 round too. I don't know. It's really interesting. That was interesting. But again, Jordan White, I think, deserved the win. He's now 4-0, goes the distance for the very first time, goes 6 rounds for the very first time. Now 4-0, 3 KOs. Jose Elizondo now 2-2. But we've been told we're taking an intermission at this point. We'll take one as well here. Those of you listening on the Box on Beltway Google app for Android, I'd like to remind you our broadcast is brought to you live by Real-Time Pain Relief. For boxers, ballerinas, shoulder pain and muscle strain, everything between, Boxing on the Beltway calls it and talks about Real-Time Pain Relief support. Real-Time Pain Relief, the fast plant-based ointment. Rub it on, the pain is gone in real time. Don't forget to go to www.freepainoffer.com, and with your first 10-pound bout, first $10 worth of Real-Time Pain Relief that you buy, you can get a free $10 pain tube of Real-Time Pain Relief. Rub it on, the pain is gone in real time. Our co-feature in our main event coming up right here on Box on Belly Google app for Android. Right now is brief intermission.
Ceremony of Martin's Crosswind. That's next Friday night at Martin's Crosswind. Ceremony. Among those women, our very own James Baker and the 1988 Olympic gold medalist Andrew Maynard. Also in the house tonight we have Kevin K-Storm Rivers, Dominic Wade, Phil Jackson Benson. And this gentleman, you saw his brother win earlier this evening. This gentleman will be a co-feature on Spike TV next Saturday, along with Danny Garcia. Both of them are named Swift. Coming into the ring at this time is Swift. Jared Hurd. Come on up, Jared. There he is. The swiftness. Congratulations, young man. You taking the junior middleweight division by storm. So you'll be the co-feature out in Philadelphia next Saturday night on Danny Garcia. It's on Spike TV. Spike TV. Who's the opponent? Jojo Dan. We've seen him before. Tough guy. Okay. All right, so now the boxing world has definitely taken notice of you. How do you feel about your newfound star status?
Well, I feel good, man. You know, the area is showing me a lot of love. They love your style. They love everything about you. They love Swift.
It's your time. Here it is, Swift, Jared Hurd. Tune in next Saturday on Spike TV. DJ East Coast. Be right back. Where are you? To ringside, fly by nature pick. Where are you? second place. Just want to take time to give props to this young man right here doing great things in the community for the homeless. He had a coat drive today out here in Fort Washington. He's big on anti-bullying initiatives with the youth. He has his own t-shirt company, Fly by Nature, and the Rita Card Girls are going to throw out t-shirts to the loudest and proudest fans. The loudest and proudest fans, Fly by Nature. Thank you, Vic. The loudest and proudest fans with the t-shirts. Loudest and proudest fans with the t-shirts. Appreciate that, Vic. Thank you so much. Keep doing that great work, man. We need that. My round of applause. Have you been enjoying yourselves tonight? You like the boxing? From the matchmaker Desmond Hammond, you can see this entire card next week, 7 days from now, on kpboxing.com for just $4.99. You can see this again for $4.99. We really need you to subscribe to it. kpboxing.com. So our matchmaker and our promoter will keep coming back to show our local fighters. Is that okay? Round of applause. Is that okay? Will you do that? Okay. Thank you so much. DJ East Coast. What you got for him? Coming up, the cruiserweights. Luther Smith and Mike Marshall. the Jared show? Did Justin Hurst Nathan? Okay. Yeah? Okay, what you want to say to her?
Okay, first of all, my social media is Lyric Her. You should definitely follow me on Instagram. That is my Instagram. That is basically my everything. And I'm about to perform the Juju on That Beat challenge just for the people who do the music thing. Juju on the Beat. It's called Soul Twister. So crazy. But yeah, you ready to see my dance moves? Hi! So, me and my sister will do Judo on the Beat challenge. And so, my
They're personable. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
What time does that thing start?
DJ East Coast, he has Juju on that beat song.
I'm gonna look it up for you real quick.
I got it. I know you did. Stars in the making. This is awesome here. Remember this night. Yeah. These are scholarships waiting to be given to them. I can see that now. Very good. Congratulations, young lady. We're going to see a lot more of them. How old are you, by the way? 7 and 5 years old. Let's hear it for them again. Prodigies. It pays to invest in our children. Let me believe that by a round of applause at an early age. Doing something positive. That's what's up. Absolutely. You ready? Warrior to the ring, please. To the blue corner, Mike Marshall.
I'm fine. Oh, all right.
Thanks for staying with us here on the Box on Belly Google app for Android and also on our stream on King's Motion's website. Gary Digit Williams along with Juan Marshall from the Rosecroft Raceway in Fort Washington, Maryland. And interesting intermission, you may have heard the voices of Lyric and Melody Hurd, who are the nieces of both Justin and Jared Hurd, and they also made made a TV appearance on the Ellen Show recently, and that was a very interesting situation. They are very, very articulate for young girls 7 and 4 years old, respectively.
Yeah, great personalities. I had the chance to see that Ellen DeGeneres show, and I was surprised that social media was lighting up, saying everybody they was going to be on, and I tuned in. Ellen enjoyed them, gave them opportunity, to get on television, and their personalities show they can go a long way.
No question about it. Hey, enjoy our main event now. This is Mike Marshall coming in out of the Bronx, New York. He'll take on Luther Lights Out Smith out of Bowie, Maryland. We're in the cruiserweight division tonight. This is the heaviest division we have been in this evening. And for Luther Smith, it's coming down from heavyweight to cruiserweight. Of course, last time Luther Smith fought, he got knocked out in the second round by heavyweight Mike Ballaghan. Tonight, Luther Smith coming in at 197.4 pounds, while Mike Marshall a little heavier, 199.6. But definitely under the 200-pound cruiserweight limit, both of them.
I think this is the weight class for Luther Smith. I think he's going to be happier in this weight class here instead of, because when we first saw him, he was lean, a lot of muscle, and just didn't have that bulkiness of a heavyweight.
It was hard to tell with his previous fights because he fought guys that, quite frankly, weren't all that good. I mean, he debuted against a guy named Jonathan Williams, knocked him out in the first round. Skylar Marshall, who basically gets knocked out by everybody, and got knocked out in the first round of that bout. Malcolm Ware, first round knockout. Charlemagne Jones, he knocked him out in the second round. He did have the split decision win over Solomon May, Trump Taj Mahal, and Solomon May just had a tough fight against another local fighter. And then, of course, the knockout to another fighter, I should say, wasn't a local fighter, but another fighter. And then Mike Ballaghan knocked him out in the second round and made it look very easy doing it.
Yeah, definitely. Mike Ballaghan, he comes from that football background, that linebacker, that leadership background, that takeover background. And he did the same thing. He brought that attitude with him in the boxing ring, and he used his power, he used his aggressiveness, and he brought everything to him. He has a lot of power. We've seen him in action pretty much most of his career, maybe all of his fights. And when he hits guys, we know he hit them.
Right.
And he landed those shots on Luther, and Luther's size wasn't strong enough to take those punches. And like you said, in the second round, we clearly saw that was the difference between heavyweight and be able to be a cruiserweight and be successful, maybe as a cruiserweight. Hopefully, he can be successful as a cruiserweight.
Meanwhile, Mike Marshall, as you said, from Bronx, New York, has fought his last two bouts in Mexico. In Aguas Calientes, Mexico, scored first-round knockouts over Jesus Lamas and Mario Martinez, but he's yet to fight a boxer with the record that Luther Smith has. And we're still waiting for Luther Smith to come to the ring.
Marshall, he always been a cruiserweight his career, And like I said, can Luther bring what he has coming from heavyweight, what he learned as a heavyweight, taking some of the punches other than the ones from Mike Ballaghan? Can he come down and take a cruiserweight punch? Because you're only a few pounds away, 2 pounds away from actually being a heavyweight.
Right.
So, we can tell tonight what happens and how hard it be trained.
Luther Smith now heading to the ring. Luther Smith now hits the ring. Mike Marshall, 3-0. Here's ring announcer Discombobulating Jones.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, this very special attraction bout is scheduled for 6 rounds or less. These are the big boys of boxing in the cruiserweight division. You are referee,
Controlling the mayhem in the middle, Rick Bovell. Introducing the principals. First, fighting out the blue corners with the red, black and white super trucks he weighed in. And he fit fighting and running 199.6 pounds. Undefeated in his young career. At 3-0 hailing from the Bronx. He now calls Danbury, Connecticut home. Please welcome Fly, Mike Marshall. His opponent fighting out the red corner. He's wearing the black and red trucks. He wins. 197.4 pounds. 5-1 jump with 4 big kills to his credit. Hailing from Boone, Maryland, here is Luther. Final instructions. Six rounds of less cruiserweight.
This Bobby Jones called Luther Smith a svelte 197, and you gotta wonder, is it a little bit too svelte? Maybe, I don't know.
Because he does look a little smaller than he usually looks coming to the ring.
Round one.
You go round one. We are scheduled for 6. And Smith lands a right hand, of course, a slapping right hand. Smith trying to throw quick combinations. Marshall with that head up. Right hand. And Smith missing with the right hand. The right hand jab coming from Luther Smith. You can almost hear the sides. You can hear more sound from the ring underneath. But these cruiserweights in action tonight. Had a lot of lighter weights early in the evening. There's a right hand missing by, left hand missed by Smith. Left hand to the body by Smith.
Smith brought it right to him. Has no trouble finding the range because he stepped in close and started throwing a lot of body shots.
Left hand by Smith. Now left hand down the pipe by Smith. Left hand by Marshall, but Smith comes back with a combination of his own, and he's landing some beautiful shots. And Marshall hanging on, and now he goes down. That's going to be a knockdown. Count of 4. He got tangled, and Marshall got spun around, and then landed, and Smith landed a punch. First knockdown for Luther Lights Out Smith. Smith takes his time going over there. Left hand by Smith. And to the halfway point of round 1, scheduled for 6. Knocked out already for Luther Lights Out Smith. He's backing up Marshall with the left hand, the southpaw out of Bowie, Maryland. Marshall tries to land the left hand in close. Inside the final 45 seconds of the first round, all Luther Smith so far. Over our location here ringside. Right hand to the body by Marshall. Van top. Marshall trying to land shots, but he gets caught with the right hand instead. Good right hand lead by Luther Smith. Right hand to the body. Left and right up top, final seconds. Another stunning left hand by Luther Smith. Grandpa Bell comes in, and he will stop this fight as Mike Marshall falls face first to the canvas. Doctors in attendance, the EMTs rush to the ring.
Please, step back from the ring. Step back from the ring. Step back to the pathway for the ring.
Well, it looks like Luther Smith does the job. You know, cruiserweight is his weight that he needs to be in.
Mike Marshall still on the canvas here. He took some tough shots there.
I think the toughest one, he was on his way down and he caught another shot from Luther Smith. I think that's the one that really hurt him.
And Brembo Bell tried very hard to get in there and stop it. Marshall's eyes are open. A little glassy, but they are open. Dr. Robert Davidson, Dr. Craig Fisher, and I believe Dr. Jimenez may be in there as well. I can't really tell. But yeah, that's Dr. Josias Jimenez in the ring as well, along with Dr. Craig Fisher and Dr. Robert Davidson. Marshall kicking his legs. He seems to be responding to what the doctors are talking to him about.
And that's one of when you get up in these upper levels of weight classes, you know, those guys are throwing some heavy shots and some powerful shots. And it doesn't take much, you know, in the heavyweight division to actually get hurt or knocked out. It's good to see that he's okay.
Mike Marshall up to his feet now, sitting on a stool.
We all enjoy a knockout, but pray for recovery. That's what's up. It's not a game.
Dr. Doug Frankel there as well. Dr. Craig Fisher, Dr. Robert Davidson, Dr. Jose Luis Jimenez. All there. They came to the ring along with the EMTs very quickly. Great work by our medical staff. We have some of the best in the business right here in the state of Maryland. No question about that.
Most definitely. I know state of Maryland, they're ones that really look over and see what type of fights that they put together and bring to the ring. And they allow competitive fights to happen. And just for the fact of, because of this reason right here, that's why they take time to look over the bouts that are put together.
Exactly. So we're going to wait to see what the doctors continue their work on with Mike Marshall. Luther Lights Out Smith now raises his record, bounces back from that one loss. He's now 6-1, 5 KOs. And Mike Marshall falls to defeat for the first time in his pro career. He's now 3-1, all 3 wins by KO.
I think he was kind of out before he hit the canvas because his body was limp when he went down.
Yeah, I agree, definitely. So flurry of punches down the stretch by Luther Smith that ended the bout. Brent Bell definitely did his best to get in there, try to stop the onslaught. He was going to stop the bout anyway, but
in the midst of trying to jump in and stop, he caught one more shot. Marshall did going down, and that's the one that Brent Bell was actually saved him from real to actually get this bout stopped. Good job by the medical staff to get in there very quickly.
No question, they moved very quickly there.
And that's one thing about this sport, you know, it's a tough sport, and it's a hard sport to have. That's why it takes a special person to get inside that ring.
No question about it. No question.
And to even be able to look at that opponent, knowing that he's trying to take you out, mentally that can destroy somebody right before the fight even starts.
Yeah.
You know, and to be able to take shots like that and also be able to give them back. You know, it's just who catches who first sometimes in this sport. And like in Marshall, he was the one that caught the blunder.
Yeah. So still waiting the official time of the knockout. This is Marvin Jones patiently waiting for the okay from the doctor and medical staff. awaiting the referee actually time it about. Mike Marshall now on his feet, walking toward Dr. Craig Fisher.
That's good to see. He's smiling. He's up. You know, looking good. He's aware of where he is, and that's the best thing.
He is okay. Let's hear from Mike Marshall. He is okay. The end goes by way of his first knockout. 2 minutes, 55 seconds of the first round. The winner in his debut as a cruiserweight, Luther Racecroft.
So 2:55 of the first round, Luther Smith wins by explosive TKO. All left now, our main event, as Michael, the Professor Fox, takes on Juan the Savior Rodriguez. Should be an interesting bout. Fought at junior welterweight, thereabouts. Michael Fox coming in at 140.6 pounds. Juan Rodriguez at 139.6, but I think as big as that weight differential is concerned, which isn't much really, you got Michael Fox who's 11.03 KOs, Juan Rodriguez at 6'5", 5 KOs. But the height differential may be the big key in this one because
that's always a factor when we talk about Mike Fox. You know, he's going to tower over a lot of his opponents. But it's the thing that his technical skills are something magnificent to see. You know, he has control of the ring. He always knows where he is inside the ring. He knows what punches he needs to throw during the fight. He counters good. He uses his height well, using the jab.
Luther Smith on the microphone here.
On faith. My whole career was on faith. By the grace of God, I'm still here.
That's Mike Marshall. I'm sorry, Mike Marshall on the mic here.
Luther's a good guy, man. He's a good guy in the sport. And that's why usually I talk trash about people before I, get in the fights. But Luther's a good man. And I just wanted to come out here and try to do my best. That's all I can do, you know what I'm saying? So, and I'd like to thank everybody in Maryland for having me. Now I'm 3-1. I still got my knockouts, but it's okay. But it happens to everybody. And this is boxing, man. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
So very classy statement by Mike Marshall out of Bronx, New York. Gets knocked out and shows a lot of class going forward. Very nice.
Very classy and talking to somebody that understands the sport.
Yeah.
Sometimes you might get a lot of knockouts, but one day your time might come and you get knocked out. The thing is, how do you respond back from getting knocked out like that? Some fighters don't respond back. Some fighters don't even get back into the ring.
Right.
And we had a fighter like that at once. He got back into the ring, but his heart wasn't in it anymore.
Right.
Jeremy Trussell.
Right, Jeremy Trussell, yeah.
We had that incident with him, but he didn't go out on a bad note. He just felt that it wasn't his calling, to fight anymore. He just didn't have that desire. Not that he was scared to fight or anything like that. He just didn't have that desire to fight anymore, So he transitioned and moved on to the working force. And that's about it. It's just part of the sport. You can make you or break it.
Right. By contrast, we saw tonight Luther Smith come off a devastating knockout loss, comes back and puts out a really nice, devastating knockout win tonight.
Exactly. And that's going to boost his morale up now.
Yeah.
It's going to make him go to the gym and train harder because he knows that he can transition in this sport because he knew it was just out of his reach being a heavyweight. So now he can come back to where he thinks he really belongs and feel that he can dominate in this sport, basically, if he keeps training right. Because he's in the process of still learning. Going into the heavyweight fight, he was in the process of still learning. That's why I was wondering about that fight and the outcome, and I wasn't really surprised at the outcome. And he already knew what kind of element he was with the heavyweight division. He knew what to expect from Mike Balogun because everybody knows about Mike Balogun's power in this area. And that's just how it is in this sport. You got to find your niche. You got to find your spot, and you got to find the path that you need to take in order to get to where you need to be. And that's what he did. He made it just cruiserweight.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, Stay with us for our post-game show, post-fight show. We'll be following this card. It will probably be a second podcast here tonight, but we are running a good time tonight with our main event still to come. As we have a moment, though, we have a lot of things coming up in this area. We talked about November 12th, 1 week from tonight. We'll be at the Top Mind New Burns Arena, live broadcast for that card, the Shortstop Promotions Shabazz Brothers card. We also had November 11th, the DC Boxing Hall of Fame ceremony at Martin's Crosswinds in Greenbelt, Maryland. Thursday night, November 10th, is Fight Night at Washington, D.C. Unfortunately, I will not be able to make the card. I don't think you'll be able to either. But we do have a Beltway boxer on that card. That's going to be Antoine Douglas will be on that card. That's Thursday, November 12th, November 10th at the Washington Hilton.
He's another fighter that made that transition, actually, a little layoff because of a loss. And actually it was a stoppage in this fight. But,
right.
He got stopped in about. And he was the one of those fighters that was up and going in his career, very noticed by boxing world. Top boxing networks knew about him, commentators, they knew all about him, and they knew his direction. But he got stopped because it's when you know how to take fights and when you know how to turn down fights. And he took a fight where, at the last minute, with a guy, actually he was scheduled to fight a fight,
right.
But a fight dropped out, and he took an opponent that he had no clue about, and the outcome didn't turn out right for him. And now he's getting the time. It was like a 9-month layoff or something like that, close to a year.
Yeah.
Now he's getting back into action again. They're working his way back into it slow, and it's not going to be long before he gets back where he is. Supposed to be.
We'll talk about some of the other bouts coming up in the next couple weeks on the post-fight wrap-up show immediately following this card broadcast tonight.
You see this no game up here. Come on, make them feel welcome. They put their lines on the line here.
Rodriguez heading to the ring right now. He tries to break a 3-bout losing streak.
To the ring, please, to the red corner, Michael Fox.
Waiting the appearance of Michael the Professor Fox. Both being led to the ring by his brother Lantes. And Father Troy Fox. Michael Fox, of course, a King's Motion boxer. And over the top rope comes the Professor, Michael Fox. One half of the Twin Towers, he's 6'4". Brother Lantes, 6'5". He also steps over the top rope. Here's ring announcer, Discombobulating Jones.
Recently, we lost two great fighters. One internationally renowned, one locally. The international fighter was Aaron Pryor, known as the Hawk, who recently passed. And on the local level, we had a gentleman who was a multi-time national Golden Gloves champion. Did very well as a pro. He recently passed from diabetes. Let that be a lesson for everyone dealing with that.
And bright stars through the perilous fight, for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets right
Brown. She has an octave. I'm going to say you can shatter glass. She screams. Very good, young lady.
India Brown with your national anthem. And now for our main event, we go to ring announcer, the one and only Discombobulating Jones.
Promoter Rosecroft and King's Promotions in association with Ross and Gene Novinsky. Keystone Boxing proudly presents our feature bout of the evening as sanctioned by the Maryland State Athletic Commission Executive Director Patrick Pinella, Chairman Ernie Danziger. And so, from inside the intimate fight atmosphere here at Rosecroft Raceway Ballroom in Fort Washington, Maryland, we come to the main event of the evening as seen on kpboxing.com. Ladies and gentlemen, girls and boys, it's time to bring the noise. Boxing fans, are you ready to do this? Then let's step to this. 8 rounds or less, junior welterweights. Matchmaker Desmond Haynes. When the bell rings, the referee who will be heading to ref in Philippines at the end of the month, Kenny Chevalier. Congratulations, Kenny. Introducing the principals. First, fighting out the blue corner. He's wearing the blue and white trunks. He weighed in at a fit-to-fight 130.6 pounds. His very deceptive professional record, 6 victories, 5 defeats, 1 draw, but 5 of his 6 victories have come by explosive knockout healing from Haymarket, VA, and looking to land a haymaker tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome one, Samuel Rodriguez. And his opponent fighting out the red corner. He's wearing 10 in brown trunks. He's a phenom, standing tall and talented at 6'4", 140.6 pounds. Undefeated in his young career at 11-0 with 3 kills, homegrown from right down the road in Forestville, and representing Fighter 100 at the line winner he is. The younger half of
he's on my way with the final instructions.
So we are scheduled for 8 rounds. Our main event, Juan the Savior Rodriguez taking on Michael the Professor Fox. Thanks for staying with us here for our main event from Rosecroft Raceway in Fort Washington, Maryland. I'm Gary Digital Williams alongside Juan Marshall here at ringside. Round 1 we are scheduled for 8. Again, Juan Rodriguez, definitely the shorter of the two boxers. Trying to get outside that 6'4" frame. So far, landing some shots there. But he gets caught with a right hand and close by Michael Fox. And they tangle, and referee Ken Chevalier gets on Michael Fox, was trying to spin Rodriguez around.
Rodriguez is taking some risks, getting inside.
Beautiful uppercut there.
Beautiful uppercut landed by, that's the risk, but, you know, Professor knows how to do it, you know, with technique.
Rodriguez got off to a very good start in his pro career, knocking out a number of guys in the first and second round. Good right hand that stuck Rodriguez right in his tracks.
Early nosebleed for Rodriguez.
Rodriguez suffered an injury midway through his career and hasn't really been the same since, as he tries to break a 3-bout losing streak. First minute, round 1, Rodriguez did land a right hand there. And that blood is coming up quickly out of the nose of Juan Rodriguez. He got caught with a brutal uppercut in close. He got caught with another one with the left hand there. Fox is on the ropes, but landing good shots inside. And referee Ken Chevalier warning Rodriguez to get his head up a little bit.
I think the doctor's
another uppercut there.
I think the doctor's going to come pay attention to his corner a little bit. They're looking right now at the nosebleed. I'll tell you, might have picked the perfect name for himself, the Professor, because the technique that he uses inside the ring.
There's left hand by Fox. We're halfway through round 1, scheduled for 8. Again, Fox just standing tall, not giving up his height, using those long shots inside. Rodriguez trying to find ways to get inside. They tangle. The left hand by Fox coming in. Right hand by Fox. Fox spins him. Rodriguez tries to land a right hand.
I think Fox noticed that Rodriguez was able to land that right hand, but so that's now why he's doing a lot of spinning and twisting and turning inside the ring, because he's getting off keeping the angles going for himself to be able to catch Rodriguez. He's not staying on line.
Good left hand by Fox. Final seconds, first round. No knockdowns, but some physical domination by Michael Fox against Juan Rodriguez, bloody in the nose early in the first round.
He's going back to the corner, push on the eye. So if something happens to that eye, with thumb in the eye, along with the bloody nose, but definitely that bloody nose is making its effect on him.
He got caught with a wicked left uppercut by Michael Fox, and a couple of right uppercuts, and some more left uppercuts, and it was a tough one. Tough first round for Juan the Savior Rodriguez.
Yeah, Rodriguez is how he manages that uppercut, actually from getting hit with that uppercut. And does he concentrate on his nose bleeding, or does he concentrate on trying to avoid the punches from Mike Fox? But he's going to have to come up with something, because Mike Fox is now hitting with every possible combination that he can hit him with, and every possible punch that he can that's in boxing right now that he hit him with.
You ready for round 2, scheduled for 8.
Round 2.
And southpaw Michael Fox. And in right hand.
Steady moving, not standing in one spot at all. moving right, left, he's staying offline for Rodriguez to be able to land some punches. If he lands anything, it's not a clean punch.
Rodriguez tried to throw a right hand in that movement of Fox. Again, as we said, as Fox lands a left hand right to the nose, stopping Rodriguez in his tracks. But just how is he going to get inside there? How is Rodriguez going to get inside that long reach of Michael Fox?
He's trying to keep that uppercut going. And he's going to land it a couple more times because of the way Rodriguez is trying to come in. He's being overly aggressive. And he's coming in with his hands out and not be able to cover up like he should be able to cover up.
Fox tries a body shot with the left hand. Rodriguez trying to go against the right hand. Really can't get a clean shot. Blood starting to trickle from the left nostril of Juan Rodriguez.
I think it's going to come to the point where Fox frustrates Rodriguez and Rodriguez is just going to give up and try to be desperate, and he's going to get caught with a shot that he's not expecting.
Body shots by Fox with the right and left hand. Oh, right hand by Rodriguez. That lands a little bit. Right hand to the body, right hand up top by Rodriguez, but it's all right hands so far. First minute plus of round number 2. And good left hand by Fox. Catches Rodriguez coming in.
Not only Rodriguez has to deal with the technical style, but he also has to deal with complications from a southpaw he's fighting. Everybody says southpaws are difficult to fight.
And to the halfway point of round 2. Good left hand by Fox. He catches Rodriguez coming in again. He's trying to land a right hand. Rodriguez is, but he's getting countered by the left hand of Michael Fox. Heading to the final minute of the second round, scheduled for 8. Left hand over the top by Fox. Inside the final seconds of the second round. Again, Mike Fox with a solid performance. Coming off his last solid performance back on August 19th when he knocked out Sumner Martin in the third round.
And Sumner Martin, like you said, he's coming off a victory after that knockdown. So, you know, it depends on how fighters come back from knockouts. You know, so Sumner Martin, he's going to go and get back on track. But Fox, he does the same thing he does in each and every fight that he's very technical. He let his techniques win his fights for him. And it's even better for him that he's such a tall fighter. Fighters have to adjust to him on that fact alone.
Don't forget to stay with us for our post-fight wrap-up show. And it'll be probably another podcast as we come to the conclusion of this card. We have scheduled 6 rounds to go. We're heading to round 3 now. And we're scheduled for 8. As soon as this bout's over, we will go to our post-fight wrap-up show. Brought to you by Undisputed Brand and Real-Time Pain Relief. Right hand landed by Michael Fox. That's for our radio listeners, by the way, our internet listeners, by the way. And a good left hand drops Juan Rodriguez. There's a straight left hand down the pipe. Rodriguez gets back out, counts at 6, 7. One knockdown in the third round already. Body shot by Fox. Body back up to the head. Rodriguez now a little bit desperate, trying to land some shots.
And being desperate, that's when you open up yourself for counter shots and end up getting knocked out in the fight. When you're going in desperate, your guard is wide open. And a technical fighter like Mike Fox, he sees that opportunity. He's going to take advantage of it.
Another left hand by Fox. Heading to the halfway point of round 3. One knockdown in this third round. Another uppercut, great left hand. Use the left uppercut, followed by the left hook. Left hand landing by Michael Fox.
Hey, there we go. Do it again. Both sides, Mike, both sides. Finish off that snake, Mike. Go straight, Mike. Keep that snake on it, though.
Double left hand by Michael Fox. And the tassels of Michael Fox's trunks are flying all over the ring right now. There's a left hand missing by Fox.
Let me get a full piece, Mike. Let me get a full piece.
Another couple left hand, left hook, right hand by Michael Fox, who is complete domination of this bout. As we head toward the end of the third round, he's got knocked down in this round. And now there's looks like a nick under the left eye of Juan Rodriguez to go with his bloody nose. Final seconds, third round. This one's scheduled to 8. And that's the end of the third round. I tell you, Juan, I used to say over the last few years that it was more technically sound boxer than Kevin Rivers Jr. I haven't seen him yet, probably until now. But his name may be Michael Fox right now.
I mean, we see it consistently in each and every fight. Even with Kevin Rivers, we saw some techniques, but once in a while he would lose it based on if he gets in a brawl or not. Sometimes you see him get out of his ordinary. But with Mike Fox, from start of the round to finishing the round, each and every round, he's always technical.
We're ready for the fourth round.
Seconds out, seconds out. Round 4.
Here we go, round 4. We are scheduled for 8. A dominating performance thus far by Michael the Professor Fox, getting one knockdown in the third round and basically busting up Juan Rodriguez through rounds 1 through 3. Left hand to the body by Fox. Another left hand by Fox. There's another left hand by Rodriguez. That's by Fox. Rodriguez did throw a right hand in there. Now Fox trying to pressure Fox. Rodriguez trying to pressure Fox.
Can you imagine some natural power? If Mike had that natural power behind his technique, how great of a fighter he would be.
And that'll be interesting to see once Fox starts trying to move up into the junior welterweight division. If that power, that he only has 3 knockouts, but will that lack of power be compensated by the great technique that he has?
Yeah, because you're gonna have fighters that study that technique, and they're gonna try to find ways to get inside on him and fight just on the inside and not allow Mike to be able to use his jab and his reach, because they'll allow him to actually smother himself. You know, with a lot of fighters that has been veteran fighters, you fight up against a veteran fighter, they know how to get in and smother the fighters of Mike Fox. Fighters like Mike Fox.
And Rodriguez is trying to do that in this bout, trying to smother him, but he does land shots here and there, but nothing concrete right now.
And Mike Fox knows how to get out of those situations. He knows how to turn and get, just like he did now, he knows how to turn and get those opponents away to set up shots.
And he turns Rodriguez again and lands a left hand to the face. Final minute of the fourth round, excuse me. The fourth round. hand landing by Fox in close. Rodriguez tried to land shots in close. They tangle up against Spreaker.com location, and referee breaks him up.
And I just saw another good thing that working for Fox. Even when Rodriguez is close, he's still able to slip punches. Normally, a lot of fighters can't slip punches while they're inside like that. But for even a tall fighter like Mike Fox, he's able to do it.
Right, that sneaky uppercut once again with the left hand. Missed that time. The uppercut. Try to get out of the way. Final seconds of the fourth round. Both men landing, blood coming from the nose of Juan Rodriguez once again. Not a lot of blood, fortunately for him, but just showed the devastation that he has faced in this contest thus far.
Yeah, he's definitely getting outboxed today, and that's exactly what's happening. He's getting outboxed, because it's not a brawl for Mike Fox. It's just a technical boxing match for him. And you're seeing consistently throughout every fight that he's has, he's doing the same thing, and he's just dominating the opponents.
Or you listening on our internet podcast? We'll be live from Coppermine Burns Arena 1 week from tonight, Saturday, November 12th, for the Shawstyle Promotions Shabazz Brothers card. Here we go, round 5. We are scheduled for 8. All Mike Fox thus far. Fox trying to land jabs. Rodriguez trying to get inside, trying to do some work inside, but the movement of Michael Fox, left to right, side to side, in and out, up and down.
Great defensive movement he's doing, and he's creating offense off of that defense, and he's doing everything he wants to do. Look at it, he's so tall, he still fights low to be able to avoid punches.
Spun Rodriguez around, almost landed a good right hand.
That uppercut right there on the jab. He's ducking his hand.
He just knows how to keep Rodriguez away from him, either with a jab or his movement, side-to-side movement, and those angles that he's using.
Rodriguez almost gets caught. Right hand. Mouthpiece comes out, and ring announcer. Actually, the mouthpiece came out here at ringside. Ron Harris of the Prince George's Sentinel got that one that time. And ringside. That is called a ringside hazard.
I had my opportunity to witness that one time. Flew right over my mouth.
Yes, we had a situation where Juan Marshall had a mouthpiece almost hit him upside the head here at ringside. So folks who want to go to ringside and sit ringside, you kind of do that at your peril. And I did the foolish thing, and I wore, although off-white tonight, I did wear white. So I'm waiting for some sort of blood, and actually Juan actually wore more white than I did tonight. So we'll see. It hadn't happened to us yet, but they are over our ringside location right now. They are tangled up. Fox bounces off the ropes in front of us, then tries to land shots. Rodriguez tries to come in close. As we head toward the final 35 seconds of round number 5. Been a really solid performance for Michael the Professor Fox. A game performance for Juan Rodriguez thus far, but there's not a whole lot he can do but do what he knows how to do. And that's basically what he's doing right now.
Yeah, he's surviving right now. He's sticking around, but he's definitely being outboxed. Yeah.
This is becoming a clinic right now, going into the 5th round.
And one thing when you're fighting a technical fighter, as the opponent, you get frustrated because you're doing everything you're doing to try to do, but you can't do it.
Rodriguez is landing some shots as they both fight over our ringside location. Head to the final seconds of the Fifth round. And we did talk about this earlier as the round ends. We talked about it earlier. How is Juan Rodriguez going to do this? And right now, he's just not doing it, or not doing as well as he'd like to do it.
Like I said, he's basically going to get frustrated. And he might be to that point right now where he's just frustrated. His corner pretty much doesn't know what to tell him. Because whatever they tell him, Mike Fox is not letting it happen.
Now, speaking of corner, I'm just noticing this. We're in the neutral corner off to our right here. In the far neutral corner off on the left-hand side of this ring, there is actually blood on the corner pad there. Not a turnbuckle per se, but where the neutral corner is white, and there is blood from Rodriguez on that turnbuckle. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That's very unique. I've not seen that before.
Bloody bout with Jordan White, and then now Mike White.
I don't think the white one did that. I really don't. I think that came from this bout here.
Oh, okay.
Round 6 was scheduled for 8.
Now it looks like a cut over the right eye of Rodriguez also.
So he's got a bloody nose. Oh, bloody nose. They cut along the right eye. There was a nick under the left eye. And this is going to be a mess. There's a cut right along the right eye of Juan Xavier Rodriguez. Rodriguez really just, I don't want to say toying with Rodriguez right now, but he's working on his defensive skills right now. As they tag on Kenny Chevalier, he breaks him up. And the blood did miss me. Got my paper in front of me.
I'm still nice and clean, but I think I just did myself.
Right hand by Rodriguez. Left hand by Rodriguez, should say. We're in the first minute of round number 6.
He's pulling at the eye right now, Rodriguez is. So it must be bothering him right now. It must be blood in the eye, because he's definitely pawing at it.
Rodriguez trying to land left hands to the body, to the head. There's a left hand by Fox. Rodriguez coming close. Oh, great left hand. Rodriguez says, come on. But that was a great left hand by Mike Fox. There's another left hand by Fox.
Fox is going to be looking for his fourth knockout. Will it possibly happen? Who knows?
His fourth knockout and his second straight. And referee Kenny Chevalier stops the contest as Dr. Doug Franco look at the cuts around Juan Xavier Rodriguez. So the Kenny Chevalier telling the judges that those cuts did come as a result of a punch. And I think it came after a series of punches. Referee Doug Franco and Robert Davidson looking at Juan Rodriguez right now.
Yeah, they trying to test his vision to see if he can see out that eye. I see him doing the finger test.
I think Rodriguez is trying to convince the doctor he can go. Let's see, they're going to let him go. Cut right along the right eye of Rodriguez, and the blood is coming, no question.
He's definitely getting a lot of blood. But I think they let him continue because it's not going directly in the eye, it's on the corner of the eye.
It's coming down the right side of his face. They seem to have stopped the bleeding in the nose. That's the first one that took place right in the first round after those uppercuts that Fox landed. Fox landed a good left hand there. And there's Rodriguez again trying to get some shots there.
Yeah, looks like he has a cut under the left eye also now.
That was there earlier.
Okay, so he has 2 cuts under the eye and a bloody nose.
Right. It's been a rough night. Final seconds, 6th round. Good left hand by Fox, the counter left hand over the top.
Let's go, baby.
And again, this just been really a clinic as far as offense, defense. The special teams have been there too, but it's just a great clinic, offensively, defensively for Mike Fox right now.
And not only you're trying to teach your fighter or instruct your fighter what to do throughout the rounds, but you're also concentrating on coaching them in the corner, and that's what we have now. We have a coach that's being a coach, cut man, and a trainer. You know, he's trying to do all three. He's not really doing a lot to get those cuts started. He's just wiping with a towel, and it's not really helping him with anything. The doctors are taking a good look at him while he's over there.
Seconds out.
We'll head into round 7. And I think if the doctors see any more damage to Juan Rodriguez, they will stop this bout. Dr. Doug Frankel's taking a long look there. He's staying at the, now he's going down the stairs, but he's going to stay up at the apron there to see what's going on. Here alongside Dr. Robert Davidson there.
And that's where that power comes into play now. I love a technical fighter, but like I said, if he had that power, this fight would have been over a long time ago.
Yeah, no question about that. It would definitely be over. Left hand landing. Rodriguez trying to barrel in again.
Double that left hand on him one time, though. Hit him with the rock back.
Rodriguez's face getting puffy as well. With the welts underneath his eyes, around his eyes. Rodriguez, Fox trying to stay on the outside. Rodriguez trying to land the right hand. Just caught with the left hand coming in. Another left hand by Fox. Fox in the brown trunks with feathers coming off him for whatever reason. And Rodriguez in the blue trunks with the white trim and assorted blood stains. Halfway through round 7, scheduled for 8. Fox tried an uppercut, gets the right hand instead. Left hand landing by Rodriguez, and so Rodriguez got tangled up a little bit, but he seems to be okay from that angle as far as his legs concerned. Blood starting to flow everywhere now. A couple of left hands by Michael Fox. Straight left jabs.
Let's go, Mike.
Fox stay on the outside, trying to land the right jab. Southpaw out of Forestville, Maryland, undefeated. Catches Rodriguez with 2 left hands, and Kenny Chevalier will stop the fight.
Yeah, he's not going to let. It's a good thing. He don't even let Rodriguez take that much punishment. Dealing with 2 bloody issues going on, 2 over both. You have both eyes, and you have it coming out the nose early in the round, early in the fight, actually. And it's no need to let. Kenny Chevalier sees that Rodriguez is not landing any punishment. He's just taking punishment. So, that was a good stoppage.
Doug Frankel, the doctor, agrees with that. He just pointed at Kenny Chevalier, gave him the hindsight and said, I saw the same thing. So good stoppage for Kenny Chevalier. 7th round TKO for Michael Fox. 4th knockout of his career. He is now 12-0 with 4 knockouts. 2nd straight knockout for Michael Fox.
Henry going to give us Jones is going to give us the time.
He'll give the official time.
You can't ask for anything better than this.
That was a clinic. That was a clinic of brutality as far as the punches that landed on Rodriguez, and a technically brilliant performance by Michael Fox.
We will never continue to say enough about his technical skills, because he's learning, but he's so solid. You don't even think he's learning.
Greenhouse Discount Bobby and Jones, the official time.
Ladies and gentlemen, Kitty Charmaine calls a halt to the body, goes into the record books. As a TKO, 2 minutes of the 7th round, the winner. And still undefeated, Michael, the Professor Fox. And his winner tonight, his brother, the other half of the twin towers.
So Michael Fox raised the record to 12-0, 4 KOs. Rodriguez record evens now at 6-6-1 with 5 KOs. For those of you watching our stream tonight, we thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for everybody involved. So you tell your friends, great things are happening with King's Promotion. And don't forget their next card is Saturday, November 12th. We tape this. Danny Garcia and Samuel Vargas. Make sure you join us for that. For Juan Marshall, I'm Gary Digital Williams. Thanks for joining us on kpboxing.com. For those of you following us on the Box on Beverly Google app for Android, stay with us. We have a post-fight wrap-up show in just a few moments. Thank you.